round. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format, Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Minutes to gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Để Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dweck also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Sheila Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Grieza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Minute to gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
để boss cũng chỉ cần thôi
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Zwack also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English don't understand Thailand and they not good
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Minute to gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Piano. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tớ Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Để boss cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and that also have been taken out. And now on the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. And this Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. We are now on week 5 of knockout stage phase 2. And by the end of the day, another finalist will emerge. The question remains, who will be that team? I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. And everyone, join me in welcoming Natalie back on the caster's desk.
It's been such a long time. I'm so sorry. I wanted to come back sooner, but you know, sometimes stuff happens, real life happens, but man, it is so good to be back with Free Fire. I was telling the person that organizes us, I was telling her, you know, I really miss being on the Free Fire team because I had to take some time off. Look, we're in too committed of a relationship for me to leave, okay? So I'm gonna stick around for a lot longer. But I am so excited for today's games because again, we're trying to figure out which team is going to advance, which teams are stuck still trying to make it through, and who's actually going to be, I guess, showing their stuff now, because we're starting to get too deep into the competition. And I always say this for every tournament, you can't afford to play with regrets, because if you play and you regret how you performed the previous day, you weren't giving it 100%, that lack of effort could be the reason why you don't advance to the next stage. So you gotta pedal to the metal, folks. Do it now, because if you don't start doing it now, that might be it for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. And here comes our prediction for today. As you can see, there's a little bit of a comparison, especially at number 3. And I do have WAG, where you have you have WAG.
I had WAG.
I have AG Global, and this two teams has been fighting it out in the early phases of most of the matches, and at some point, like, it's just a back and forth. But I do agree with you, WAG has more form compared to AG.
Yeah, although I think, I'm not sure if we're on the same wavelength here. The fact that we have EVOS and GOW together, like, I think, did you pick them because of their consistency? Because that was my thought process with my first 2 choices, actually. EVOS, they've been playing and they've been finishing pretty high up there, and I kind of feel like they're due to make it through, and same with GOW.
Yeah, for EVOS Divine, I mean, from phase 1, they're the only ones who are not there in the finalists just yet from the top 3 of that phase 1. So I think Team Falcons has overtaken them on the second day of their qualifier stage. But this is what everyone is fighting for. The total of 378,000 overall, and most of it will be coming from Battle Royale, where the champion will be getting that $100,000 US.
This is the motivator, folks. This should be your motivator. Play at 150%, okay? Because if you are not playing at 150%, someone else will.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Definitely. I mean, it seemed like a lot of teams out there and you did mention something about regret, and might have been regretting some of decisions that they've made, because so far they're having some trouble right now watching and waiting, especially for those part of bottom 6, because they have to wait each and every day up until the end of this week before they get the chance to grab that their place on the grand finals. And it's quite difficult though, because unless you're really a team that has that capability, and this is your time to just study your opponent and everything that's going on while phase 2 is happening, then you might be in a sure shot. But if you're not, and if you were at bottom of phase 1 for, I would say, so many issues, including mechanical skills and your tactics, then it will be more difficult towards the end.
Yeah, so gotta hang on to the fort here, gotta hang in, have some faith. But if you have an ace, we always mention this, teams at some point have to have an ace up their sleeve. You kind of need to bring it now, because if you don't make it through very soon, you will not have any opportunities to make it on through. And I kind of want to add in an extra factor, because of course we do have teams waiting in the wings, because, you know, one team moves forward, another team comes in to replace them as that 12th team. What if we have a situation where we have one of the teams that comes in because they have watched so many games that they've formulated this genius plan and they steal a slot away from teams that actually ranked higher than them coming into the phase?
Yeah, I mean, actually, that is one of the one of the factor wherein watching the other teams, especially in this closer format, is very important. If you have a coach or an
is.
analyst as well that is doing so much of work to analyze, to study your opponent, and then it comes to the player to apply all those strategy, and you might be able to pull that off in one specific day, or if not, towards the final week wherein you have 3 days or 3 chances to be that number a part of the top 6 to head in to that grand finals.
Yeah, and I also want to mention the fact that we also have added into the mix, because this tournament itself is insane. We have a new map. Basically, teams have only had, 2 weeks to practice on Solara? So the fact that you have a new map with new let's be real, okay? You've got new mechanics, new areas people have to memorize, new hiding spots that are, to the public or most players, would be an unknown. I feel like you have all these crazy factors that's going to allow an underdog to be able to beat some of the favorites in the competition. Like, I don't think everyone is putting as much emphasis onto Solara, but AJ said this a long time ago, and I 100% agree with his perception. When a new map comes out, you need to put the work in to really learn that map, because if you have knowledge, extra knowledge that your opponent doesn't know about a brand new map because it's so new, that might be the reason why you actually win in an engagement against another team. Even in the final circles, there's so much on the line for these teams. Like, you have to make the most of every little advantage that you can get a hold of.
Definitely, and we've seen that as well for the first 3 days of Solara being played. I mean, BTR, Team Heavy, Onyx Olympus had their Booyah already, but some, if not most of them, has already taken so much in terms of elimination points every time they jump in, and or not only elimination points, but also the consistency in getting a top or a higher rank in the placement. And that, like, big shout out to BTR for doing so, because with the introductory of Solara, that is where they really pop off, and that helped them really move up. But let's see though if that one map can be the game changer for them, because they need to dominate, if not all, at least 3 Ls out of the 5 that we have on the maps.
I know we've done team predictions, but I'm going to throw in another crazy prediction. I feel like it's the team's performance on Solara today, it's going to determine who actually makes it through in today's matchups. I know it's a bold prediction, but I truly feel like Solara could be that defining factor. Like, the points from that map could be what you need to make it through. We'll find out if I'm right. I could be 100% wrong, because I love making these crazy predictions, but I'm just glad that we actually get to add another map to the map pool, Neptune. You know, it's like, it's a breath of fresh air. And as viewers, okay, like, I know sometimes we're not the best at this game. Sometimes we kind of get lost and we kind of don't know what's going on. But one thing we are going to have in common with the pros today is that there are going to be times where the pros also don't know what's going on, because Solara is so dang new. So everyone's going to feel pretty relatable here, but man, the players, it looks like, Neptune, they're in good condition. Lots of smiles, actually. I have to say that everyone's looking really calm and collected today.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's because of the rest, especially for those who didn't play from Clash Squad mode yesterday.
Right. Yesterday went late. Oh my gosh, Neptune. I don't know how you survived yesterday's games and you are still okay to cast today.
The thing is, like, even after yesterday's games, I was still up for another 2 hours just because of the Red Bull. I was talking about it on the broadcast. It works. It definitely works. And I saved up half of it. Like, I drank half of it from the beginning, and then I went in midway, or almost midway to the broadcast, and then drank the other half. And it still was in effect towards the end of broadcast up until 2 hours after it ended. So it does work. It does work. So you just
it's good stuff.
Definitely, especially with new flavor right now. And you told your story though. We don't have that specifically in here, but it's a good thing one store imported this, and I was able to put my hands on them.
Okay, so did you try one of them, or did you try all of them?
Well, unfortunately, you only have one, which is apple and muscat grape flavor.
Okay, if you were going to rate the flavor out of 10, what would you rate it?
It would be, I'm thinking if it's a 7 or an 8. Because
7 or an 8.
yeah, I got used to. Oh, it's only when no sugar was introduced, I wasn't able to get much of that. So it's I guess I got used to the ones with that full impact of Red Bull.
Yeah. But does it taste like super different compared to the regular gold can? Because I still need to get my hands on it, so I want to try it myself.
It is quite different, like compared
Quite
to
different.
the.
Okay.
It's good thing though, it's because they're switching it up in terms of flavor, so
Yes.
you can choose. You can choose what you want to drink. You can choose what you want to indulge with, and still have the same effect.
Okay, so I'm going to throw an idea out there, just in case Red was watching. So I've traveled a little bit in my life, and I've had other energy drinks. There was one energy drink that had a flavor that really caught my eye, and I kind of feel, could be wrong, I kind of feel like there hasn't been any other energy drink that has done this before. But this brand, they did like a tropical tea flavor, and it was a drink. And the best part about it, it was not carbonated. That I drank through that stuff so fast that it was firstly, it was a little scary because I was worried I'd drink too much, and you know, you can't have too much of an energy drink, but I love to drink them when I'm gaming. But free teas, consider, because like we're in Asia, we love teas here. Come on.
I don't know. I mean,
okay,
the wife.
wait, I have a silly idea. I have a silly idea.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how we're going to do some kind of like boba tea action with Red Bull. Just giving you some ideas.
See though, but the wife did warn me on having so much of Red Bull, and at my age, it would be real difficult. But heading back now, this is something that has been happening all throughout the weeks. It has been the randomized maps right now, and as you can see, there's no more random 6 map because we have all 6 maps already available. And like what I said when Solara was introduced, we have been waiting for this moment wherein all the cards has been filled out.
Yes, it has been. I'm just trying to think, how many years has it been? Because originally, to all of our longtime fans that have been there since the very beginning, we started off with, I want to say, 3 maps for a very long time.
Yeah.
Or at least I think that was. I don't remember if that was when I came
it
in,
is.
or if it was or if it was even before that. If we only had 2 maps, I think it was 3. Right? We had 3 from the very beginning, and then slowly we added more maps. And now 6 different maps, meaning teams now have a lot more work to put in when they scrim. Sorry guys, it just made your job a little bit harder. But as viewers, as spectators, I think it's a pretty big win for us because we get a lot of variety in gameplay.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, this is one thing that will, as you did mention from the beginning of the show, will throw off some of the tactics, and hopefully they spent the entire week to study Solara. But let's focus more on Alpine right now because we are looking at the top 1 team who are in here, and Evo Divine is part of our prediction, and AT Global is also part of that. It's more my prediction at this point with 3 Booyahs. But in terms of the numbers, in terms of the points overall, it seems like this is one off for AG Global. A map wherein they are very proficient, then the rest they really bomb out, so making it difficult really for them to climb up, only ending up in the 10th place from the phase 1.
Yeah, so I mean, would you think that's enough to kind of deter their performance and say like they kind of had a fluke in that moment? I don't think it's fair to sort of look at them in that way. I think they've kind of picked things up a little bit in the past couple days, and I kind of feel like coming fresh into the tournament as well, that's probably going to change their performance. So I think they could be a really big factor on this map, but I think it's pretty obvious. Everyone's eyes are on the prize at the moment, and that's going to be EVOS. And I wonder how everyone is going to treat EVOS going into this game. Are we going to see any teams try to go for any hot drops? Is everyone going to like delta split? Like once you know where EVOS is going, everyone's like, all right guys, other side of the map, we don't want to deal with them at all. Because that is a strategy as well. We've seen in the past where teams, if you know that you have an innate weakness or you don't feel confident playing up against a certain team early, it just makes sense to dodge them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for EVO's Divine, they do have one specific player that is a threat, especially in the long range. That is Rasia, the wonder kid that we have right now, only 16 years old and still like shooting heads out of everyone, especially in his role as a sniper. And it's really tough right now, especially if you drop very near to where EVO's Divine often drops, and that would be a factor really that you need to watch out for. So it's either you rush in quickly so that you will avoid any of those shots coming from Russia, but you know the rest of the teams as well, they will not be letting go that easy, especially if the information has been relayed that you will be going in against them. So it's really tough right now for EVO's Divine. I think, as you did mention, and everyone has been mentioning, they will be a target by a lot of teams, and they might be or try to be denied of getting into that grand finals. But hopefully EVO's Divine will be able to get through it and have their spot.
Yep. All right, it looks like we're ready to jump into the game, folks. So Alpine for our first match. Let's see who's going to take that first booyah, because everything is on the line for all of our competing teams. Neptune, look, quick prediction. Is it EVOS or do you think it's AG?
Well, top 3 teams right here, it seems like it's still EVOS who might be taking this, but AG Global is very, very close to let very, very close to be able to take that. So let's see, though. That would depend on the flight path as well as to where they will be dropping. But most of the time, when I cast, it's a pretty flight path. So let's expect that it would be favorable for everyone.
Well, unfortunately for you, you're casting with me, so we're probably going to get a couple of lopsided ones today. I swear, every time I'm casting, they're always kind of lopsided. But it's a good, strong start for everybody. So far, though, for drops Neptune, doesn't look like we're looking at any crazy business yet. It's pretty clean drop across the board here.
Yeah, it seems like no hot drops will be happening unless they decided to split up and probably find one.
Yeah, Onyx did go for a bit of a split. We saw the team on the very right side. They went for a bit of a 2-2 split. So they are a bit exposed here, but look at this though. FezJ just going to try and go for that quick pick off. First blood right off the bat, and GOW looking for blood.
Yeah, well, I mean, these two teams have been performing, especially when the beginning of Phase 2, and they have one off from the other. There goes Fuwara being taken down. This is VP, who's a little bit lost where they are dropping, because we were just looking at Visaka Srivijaya and then GOW, and then here comes Fuwara, who, what we pointed out, especially from yesterday's Clash Squad, has been an aggressive, very aggressive rusher, and there's no regards for the team. He just go in for the rush, just try to get as much information as possible, and most of the time really fail and be knocked down.
Well, sometimes if you don't try, you never know, Neptune. So it might be a bit of a fail every now and again, but eventually we are going to be seeing some success. We got WAG on the screen here. So far, the team is pretty in the clear. Just going to finish up their loot before they continue. But it looks like Diamond is about to go for a bit of a run in here with Yanbin, who is all alone because remember, GOW, the entire team was wiped out. I do believe they have been brought back in, but Yanbin, I mean, the fact that he's all alone, there's not really too many expectations. Oh, they do get knocked out. They didn't get the revives in. GOW, what a horrible start for the team.
Yeah, and there's a lot of hopes for GOW as well, but again,
I mean, I put them in my predictions too. So, dang, that's a tough start.
Yeah, definitely. Probably it's because of how they performed from last week. Imagine they did take second place once we get into that week number 4. But right now, it's Team Flash going against BTR, and Glue Walls has expired and has been taken down. I guess this is BTR right now to go in for the rush against the 3 players of a Team Flash.
Yeah, and so far we have to question whether it's going to be a Team Flash burger or a Team Bigatron burger, because this is a very tough push coming in from Bigatron. Going up onto the high ground, they do get the knockdown onto 3 players on the side of Flash. ABCD is going to be brought back thanks to Hongam. But, oh, this is a really tough spot to be in for Flash. They've got, I believe, 2 players left. They're going to lose another one here, unfortunately. Thankfully, they are still within the competition, but as massive cripple coming in from Bigatron here. I'm trying to go for the bump to this player. Hong, I'm actually, Azrael, gonna be sniped from that rooftop. And Deeks, he's trying to hang on for the team. It's gonna be okay. Vending machine. Flash, I mean, I think they did their best in that situation, but Bigatron just really flexing the fact that the team is so in sync for this game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. And there you have it. Team Flash after that revival. And it has been a common denominator. Like, one player will be revived, left to save the team, and then there's no more spot to drop really safe at this point. So let's see now if it will be a similar story between Vamos and PE Sports, because all throughout the competition, PE Sports is not looking that good though. They have been stuck in so many instances at the bottom part of our leaderboard every time the week happens, every time the group comes in. So let's see if they have changed their ways, because they're being left behind not only with the Southeast Asia but also the entire of Vietnam.
AG. Okay, Neptune, this could be a bit of a spicy situation here for one of the predictions, because I put WAG and EVOS as my predictions, and the fact that these two are going up against each other, it's not looking so good. EVOS, this team should be able to win this. Oh, Cyrus, they're getting pushed. X4 gonna be sniped off on the side. We do have Cyrus hiding behind the glue walls, but Krill and his teammate has been dropped, and I think it might just be EVOS to run over WAG. We've still got Alan, but man, WAG being cut down by EVOS, that is extremely painful. And they're still going. They're still going, Neptune.
They're still going. And I felt that when that airdrop dropped on them, and 2 of them has been pushed out. And I mentioned that yesterday as well to AJ, and I've experienced that in game. So it's really tough. It throws your movement off guard. But speaking of movement, Alan right now needs quick movement because Evo Divine really is on a hunt. But thankfully for that revive, Kirin will be able to get and drop in a different area, but he's not out of the woods just yet, because we do have a list or a hit list against him, and they might be tracked out in there. Visika Vijaya right now going into PE Sports, and LBT M590, and also Lao Ho on the other side doing damage with that AWM, but quick recovery that has been done by Visaka Sriwijaya. I guess that is the only saving grace for most of the teams right now. It's a good thing Revival is in play.
Good thing, I mean, it's good that it's in play, but if you keep reviving throughout the matchup, you're just not going to be able to establish your economy. And also remember, you're giving away points to your opposing teams. Like, they're accruing those points, making it even harder for you to stay at the top of that leaderboard. So hopefully VSJ, the team is going to have to figure out a way how to stabilize and actually give themselves a good chance going into that next circle. We have Onyx in the meantime on the screen. It's looking pretty quiet, but they have spotted out VP, it seems. So we just got Crime MKS. Gonna keep an eye out just to see if anyone's gonna be coming in from the skies, or if they can maybe start something. But PE Sports, it looks like they want to start something. A party, Neptune?
Seems like it, but it's not third party though. This is just going against a Team Heavy coming from the same region, and there goes the binoculars being used. Seeing 2 right here, but spread with Cappy on the other side. It must be the threat that PE Sports needs to work with as well, because they might be hit with that snipe. But this arsenal right now is something that can save them, especially if they will able to grab one of the legendary weaponry that we have on there.
Yeah, Get Nice in the meantime has been trying to zone away PE Sports. Kabi in the back lines. Move faster, hiding behind the glue walls as well. We have LBT and Neptune.
And there goes Get Nice for the takedown against Don't Cry. LBT will try to go and respond, but Get Nice right now will not be that nice. No healing is being done right now with only a sliver of health. Will he get away? Glue Wall saves him, and on the other side, Kabi is just waiting, so the pickup can be done, and LBT might be in trouble. He senses that, thus using the launch pad to get away.
Teams trying to get away, but how far can you get away before a team is going to snipe you down? But PE Sports going to be happy though. 6 points on the board for them as they have picked up 6 eliminations. VP on the screen this time. They are regrouping as a team, but PE Sports, they have basically got them surrounded, it seems. Just going to be scouting around with Exposy All it takes, Neptune, is a single head. The moment you see somebody, you gotta whip out that gun and try and go for the headshot.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Evo Divine right now is going in a chase against Onyx Olympus, and Crime AKS will go down, but will also get that revival on. Now, Razia, as we talked, the Wonder Kid, VSK in hand, trying to go for the chase against Adam. And there goes the hit. Half health already. Will need to recover, but he needs a safe place to do so. But I don't think Razia will be letting him, and the rest of Evo's Divine will try to stop him, and he goes down.
Perfect sniping. I don't even think Adam had anywhere to go though, because he was about to run into PE Sports. We are starting to reach a point where these teams, they are very clustered in one central space. We've got PE Sports, EVOS, Heavy, and Bigatron all in the same map space on the corner of the map. That's how close these teams are playing against one another. Now for Heavy, they are playing with glue walls, and they're going to have to try and find a safe spot for them. Otherwise, they will be burning resources. EVOS though, going to be changing their trajectory, and Kochil leading the way. They're about to run into Bigatron, and both of these teams, they do have compounds. And knowing EVOS, they're probably going to be the ones to initiate this.
Let's see if they can initiate, but they need to bring back Razia though, and that's one thing why they're heading in this area for that vending machine. Well, I think BTR is just waiting for a team to do so, probably the ones flying in, and we are
Where's
also...
Razia dropping in?
We'll have to find out though, because that would be a signal to cue BTR that Evo Divine will be here, and that reason as well why BTR has slowed down is because we're already getting into the third phase of the circle where the blue might be, or where the circle will be closing in, and they need to find their position.
Razia is back into play, it seems, and he did get sniped in the air, so that was that was good news for the team. It couldn't possibly happen because of so many players being in that one little vicinity. But EVOS, it looks like they've put on the brakes. So they're going to be playing around the compound, and they're just keeping an eye out to see where teams are going to be coming in. Maybe they could try and go for a little bit of a gatekeeping situation, but looking at everyone on the map so far, it looks like everyone is currently hiding in their own compound. So we might have to wait for that next circle before we start to see some more movement.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the outside of the circle, actually. I'm kind of curious to know if there's anyone that hasn't made it in. It looks like, just looking at the map, we do have one of the players of AG coming in, but the rest of the team is kind of dragging their feet. And if WAG spot this is going to be a good opportunity for them to pick up some free points.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of opportunity, Dinoculars already being used, and they have been spotted right now. I'm talking about BTR, and the Vamos will be slowly creeping in, but I don't think they are expecting Evo's Divine also onto the other side. So it's either our team BTR needs to decide, will they be chasing Vamos right now, or the ones who are on the corner of Malaysia, which is Evo's Divine. So that's a decision that they need to make right here.
Yeah, I don't even know which way they go. You go one side, it's going to be Bigatron. Other side, you got EVOS. But it looks like EVOS are going to be the ones to make a move instead, Neptune. Look at the way that they are moving around that corner. It looks like they're going to try and flush EVOS out. Sorry, they're going to try and flush Vamos out. I don't know how Vamos is going to be able to get out of this, because they only have one direction to run, and that's actually on the right side. But you go that way, and you're exposing yourself on the road.
Yeah, I do have open area, though there's a vehicle available, but they are still an exposure, and they can and they will still be shut down, because all the noise right here, and two teams who will be waiting.
Two hungry teams, and a circle has moved. It's behind EVOS and Bigatron, so Vamos have to move now. Bigatron and EVOS, though, they are going to be moving their own players as well to establish their own positions, but now it might be a battle between Bigatron and EVOS, because these guys are dangerously close to one another. They're going to have to try and figure out who's going to take that compound and who's going to be left out in the cold. On the right-hand side, though, we do have Vazj and WAG. Looks like PE Sports might be down to a single player, because I'm not seeing anyone else. We've just got that one person out on the edge of the map. That is a very tough situation to be in. But AG, they're going to be launching themselves onto the rooftop of where WAG is, so we might actually see a skirmish between WAG and AG very soon.
Unless WAG moves up in there, but as you can see, WAG X4 has been knocked down. Not quite sure where it came from. I think it was from Bisaka Sriwijaya because they are getting in a little too close. Back to Evos and BTR. This is a skirmish that we have been waiting for earlier, and it gives an opening for Team Vamos as well to cut them off and move to a closer compound, or a compound that's closer to the middle of circle. Too Fast has flanked already, and not quite sure if the spread will work for Team Vamos. But for Virtus Pro right now, getting a little too close on Adam. The takedown is not yet happening. Both of them will try with M590, but finally that takedown will be done by Nameless. That also eliminates the team on 10.
Yep, 10th place. We've still got so many teams left in this next circle. Heavy going to be operating that next compound with VP having to play on the outskirts over that wall. If they can find a way in, or if they can get a nice grenade to actually connect inside the compound, they might be able to get the flush out onto Heavy. So we'll see what happens here, but Blue Ball's going to play a pretty big role here. Nameless though rushing in for the team, but oh my goodness, it's going to be a bit of a trade here between both teams. Only Nameless down on the side of VP, and I think that might just be it for Heavy. Look at this, J coming in from the left-hand side as well. VP, they are slowly recovering. It looks like the whole team has come back, and J, they're going to be rushing in and putting the pressure onto Heavy now.
Yeah, so far the glue wall has stopped them from rushing in, and Heavy right now, 2 players remaining, will try to defend this area, and that push VP as well onto the other side, but Evos will be spotted. They jump in, especially Ray, and 2 of them with that backup, but the connection of electrotherapy will not be helping them, and Ray right now will try to go for that pickup, and I don't think that is looking good for them, and AimGad backs away. He will be stuck in a corner, but still inside the zone, and we are down to 18s with everyone is now in the skirmish, and Team Vamos being hunted by BTR that has been waiting for a long time earlier.
Oh man, and look at how strong Bigatron is. They are still 4 men strong with Evos down to their final player hiding in the corner, praying that they manage to survive. P Esports though, next team to be eliminated in 7th place. Bigatron chasing down the Axel from Vamos, and Jun, last player for the team, do they have to try and put on his dancing shoes and hopefully survive, because Bigatron, they are not done. They are still hungry. John though, really dodging everything. How the heck is this man doing it? He does get cut down though. Dix has found him. He finishes him off as well. Oh, Bigatron, they have to hunt for their food.
Definitely hunt for the food. But speaking of hunt, AimGod might be hunted by a lot of teams. WAG, though, has been eliminated, taken out on the 5th place a little bit early compared to Evo Divine. But so far, we have 2 teams that is a complete squad. It's Bigatron Esports as well as Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro has had a lot of eliminations, especially with those engagements, with those skirmishes that has been happening in close range. But BTR right now a little bit too aggressive, heading into Heavy, and please one and get nice. We'll try to get away, hide out in the monster truck, and it is VP right now who's welcoming them. So there's really no way out for them other than to use that monster truck.
Action. You know, someone's going to bring out that monster truck every now and again. Oh boy. But it looks like that circle is starting to move, Neptune, and we do have VP being the ones to make that move first, so they will have that positional advantage up against Bigatron. Evos, I don't know how Evos still has a player in the running, but the fact that they hit in the corner, it has paid off for them. But I don't know if we're going to be able to see this final player from Evos make it higher up on that leaderboard. I think for AimGod at best, the best thing you can do here is just try and go for any cheeks whilst VP and Bigatron battle it out for this next position. But look at this though, VP and Bigatron just hurling resources, anything they can, just to flush each other out and put them in position. But it looks like they do lose that final player, so AimGod, he tried his best. But now it's Bigatron versus VP. Who's going to come out on top for this first booyah?
Yeah, he did his best, but his best wasn't good enough. At this point, BTR is doing their best. Top in elimination is still on the hunt. Kyong and Koja right now. And Diamond has been taken down for Warak. Finish off Kyong. And here comes a VP on quite a balanced battlefield. But Exposé might be the winning factor at this point. Nameless still alive. Kyong will try to dance, but Ezreal brings Exposé. Oh, one of the players down for Warak. It's now a 1v1 up close in the sniper versus an M590. It is Bigatron Esports for the first booyah of the day.
Ki Young. There's a reason why he's got 2 G's at the end of his name, because it stands for GG. Man, what an ending there for Bigatron. But very, very interesting one, the fact that we had 2 teams with 4 players, full rosters going into that final circle. And then you had Evos coming in, Aim God's just like, okay guys, I'm just here to annoy you because what else am I going to be able to do? But really interesting maneuvering coming in from Bigatron, right? They slowly crept their way forward up until they got to snipe onto Diamond. After that, that was when they made their move.
I mean, that 8124 that has been triggered has been the cue for them to make this move, and it might have been averted, especially with the time turner that has been pulled out by Todak and that M590. But Young was just a little bit too strong though, and even in this up close and personal battle, Exposé is using the wrong weapon in the wrong time. Is snipers against a shotgun. Definitely a shotgun will win.
Sometimes you're just not going to win in that situation, right? You kind of hope, like, is the right person alive for that final fight? Okay, is it somebody that has a shotgun? I think Exposé also knew that he was going to have a really tough time trying to win that 1v1. So, I mean, best case scenario, you just get up as close as possible and just hope that you're going to be able to get that one tap. But, you know, not this time. Kyung going to be stealing that away, and Bigatron off to a fantastic start after game number 1. They're getting that booyah, getting a whole bunch of eliminations, and basically setting them on the right path to possibly just making it through after today's matches.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to hear from them what was the ideation from those battles, because so far there were a few instances wherein we thought that they'll be moving against a team and they just stopped in their heels. It might be the timing, it might be the blue as well, it might be the number of teams that's still alive, because the moment that we saw Evo's Divine, BTR, Bigatron Esports, as well as Mamos all together, it's still 10 remaining. So we're going to head to Frontier Caroline as well as Bigatron Esports for the interview.
All right. Thank you, casters, survivors. First game of the day, and the booyah goes to Bigatron Esports. Woo! What a game. It was definitely intense, and I'm here on stage with Kyung. Hi, Kyung.
Halo.
Apa kabar? Masuk pekan kelima. How are you entering the 5th week?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik. Doing good, doing well as per usual. Oke. Kita bahas game yang tadi baru aja selesai. Wah, ini benar-benar pembuka yang gong banget. Tadi kita lihat dari 4 versus 4 sampai akhirnya 1 versus 1. Gimana kamu mendeskripsikan match pembuka di pekan kelima ini? Mau langsung ditranslate? Sudah bisa jawab atau aku translate dulu nih?
Langsung aja.
Boleh, silakan.
Ya di map pembukaannya sih udah apa ya, musuhnya nggak terlalu main, bisa dibilang nggak zona tengahnya nggak terlalu diisi banget lah pada main pinggiran, jadi kita tengahnya bisa leluasa, tapi di late gamenya itu udah pasti bakal padat.
Okay, so I asked him, how would you describe today's first game, the opening game of the 5th week from FFWS SEA 2025 Spring Knockout Stage? And then he said that as far as he can see, many of the other teams decided not to go into the middle zone early in the game, but when it comes to the late game, of course the fight's gonna happen, of course it's going to be packed, but eventually they managed to do well and secure the first booyah of the day. Nah, kalau ngelihat persaingan sendiri, hari ini ada 4 tim Indonesia. Biasanya kan kalian 3 tim Indonesia, 2 tim Indonesia. Sekarang ada 4 nih di sini. Lebih terasa nggak sih tensi persaingannya?
Ya udah pasti sih bakal kerasa banget sih. Jadi kita ya dari masing-masing apa ya, tim Indonesia bakal ya berjuang buat lolosin juga sih. Tapi dari kita juga bakal lebih bakal pengen lebih lolos dari kemarin-kemarin.
Pasti dong. I asked him how does it feel to play in the studio with 3 others Indonesian team, because it's kind of a rare moment. We usually just have 2 or 3 teams playing together in the same day, and today we have 4. Are you feeling more tension, more pressure? But he said that it just adds fuels to the fire. It makes him want to do better. It makes him want to give more and to prove that Bigatron really wanted to secure that spot to the final stage, and they will. Oke, terakhir nih kalau gitu, setelah melihat game pembuka dan membaca seperti apa kira-kira pergerakan dari tim-tim yang lain, seyakin apakah kamu hari ini Bigetron bisa meraih hasil yang positif, bisa mengoleksi buyah demi buyah? How sure are you in securing more buyah today, judging from your performances in the first game?
Udah pastinya yakin banget lah, nggak ada batasan seberapa yakin lagi.
Wow, he's very sure, super sure, 100% sure, and even more. Okay, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Congratulations once again for the booyah. Thank you for watching the interview, survivors. Let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Look, I think if you're doing great in game number 1, I think you're pretty right to assume you're going to get a lot of booyahs during the day. I mean, Bigetron did play that match really, really well. Very clean, very crisp. We didn't really see them make too many major mistakes. Like, obviously, maybe a couple of missteps here and there, but I mean, they managed to pick their players up and basically just have a really, really smooth game leading up to that final circle. Do you? I don't know about you, but do you kind of feel like there was any major reasons why Bigetron had such an easy game? Like, do you feel like their pathing into that circle was really great? Was it like restraint? Did they prevent themselves from going a little bit too ham?
Well, it seems like they really chose their fight because earlier, as we pointed out, the most significant is that them being close to Evo's Divine as well as Team Vamos, but they chose to slow it down. Thus, they were able to get like a full squad, and the same goes for BP. But right now, looking at Dix as our MVP, 7 elimination, 29-62 on the damage, 8 knockdown, wearing that Cassie, that electrotherapy really is something to help their rusher. And also with the Tiva and Olivia together with the Joseph, it's more of a healing gameplay from this guy. The quick pickup that will be brought in by the Tiva, as well as the healing touch to help them heal a little bit faster. Thus, despite of them being taken down from that final fight, they still managed to bring it on.
Yeah, and you can see already for the team, right? Like, I mean, this is probably almost every team in competitive Free Fire. Arvon. I feel like Arvon plays such a big role for teams. Having vision, having knowledge, right? Knowing to go who you need to target. I feel like just any kind of vision really helps in those CQC matches where you're working with such a small space and you can't afford to walk around the wrong corner. You can't afford to run into an entire team. Vision has always been the key in Free Fire.
And that's one thing why Dakota has been part of the favorite, one of favorite in terms of active skill, because of that Aurora vision that really helped them get a few more seconds of insights as to where the opponents are, and they can use that as well to time their shots against them. But looking at the key players right now, other than our MVP, which is Dix as a support, Please One as a sniper also grab it in terms of that damage with 34-18, and Diamond right now with elimination by grenade of 2, and we've seen so much of this coming from Diamond. And let's see if they can do more, especially if they can land on the final circle compared to phase 1, wherein Virtus Pro was a little bit too soft though in most of the engagement.
Do you feel like VP, they might have had a better game if they weren't put in such an awkward position? Because I think it was during the 4th or 5th circle we saw them, the only form of cover they had was a wall. They didn't have a compound, and they were the ones actually trying to fight against Heavy to steal their compound. And then they got bullied back behind the wall because who was it again? Was it VSJ?
Yeah.
Or was it AG? Somebody suddenly came in and pushed Heavy back into the compound and pushed VP back behind the wall.
That's one thing though. I mean, it is a smart move that they back away, because the aggressiveness while they're trying to recover, that is something that they need to avoid if they want to be a full man strong. And what happened after that? Heavy was in trouble, and because of all the noise that Visaka Savijaya or VSJ has been putting in that fight, all the attention, especially for those at the edge of the circle, are on them. So it also provides a risk. Thus, VP made a good decision, though it's still in open, only a wall behind them, but they're far away from possible third party, and they timed out how many they can, or how much time they can get to that final circle and go against BTR.
Yeah, this is a bit of a crazy thing to say because the game is already over, but I kind of feel like VP, if they had beaten and eliminated Heavy quicker when they went for that initial rush and they won that compound, I actually think they could have won that game, or they could have gotten more eliminations if they got their hands on the compound. It's just, sometimes it's moments like this where you can theorize what could have been, the has-beens, the what-ifs, and I think if you continue to think like that, even past games where it's okay, it's already over, you kind of have to keep thinking like that going into the next game, because if you just take the easy way out all the time, I feel like you're missing out on some of those really great opportunities to get your foot up in these games. We do have Next Terra coming in very, very hot, folks, so don't go anywhere. The favorites, again, for bat number 2 is EVOS.
EVOS Divine and Team Flash, but I think overall Team Flash and EVOS Divine, the reason why they are on top is because of the number of booyahs, but in terms of points though and elimination, Team Flash really takes it. So it's really a battle that Team Flash might be winning, especially if EVOS Divine will not be on prime, but in that they tried to survive, especially Aim God. He just prioritized on his position. He was the first in the middle of that final circle when there was just still 7 or 6 teams remaining, and still managed to survive to end up on third. So let's see if this is where EVOS Divine will get their booyah, or will it be a different team as we head in to Next Terra.
All right, game number 2. A moment of redemption for teams that might have been disappointed with their first round. I think for EVOS, you know, this team has high expectations. Like, just looking at the team and how they play, I feel like this is a team where, yeah, okay, they did all right in that first game, but I kind of feel like they'd be disappointed in themselves. I kind of feel like they thought that they would either be able to take it, maybe get some more eliminations, maybe finish higher in terms of placements. So I kind of feel like if there's a match where EVOS is going to really turn it up, it's probably going to be on this one, which is Next Terra. But have a look at this though. In Intellect Center Neptune, we have several teams landing here.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a battle between Heavy and BTR, and what's like why I am really laughing about this is it's not because like one team is just winning it out, but they can find a different compound to take. It's just more of an ego challenge, and most of the time Heavy are the ones in the losing game, and it doesn't do anything for their numbers right now. Especially the goal is to get the number 1 spot, and you know that BTR already have their booyah, so they will be confident on this fight, and it's just up to Heavy to pull away. But WAG also have 1 player in here. Not quite sure what the ideation is to take that tower if he is just getting information, but it's quite risky to have 1 less player in the field.
Yeah, it is risky. I mean, I agree. I think they are just using him to take in information, to see, okay, where other teams are landing here, where are they going, you know, and trying to figure out whether you want to try and go for that fight or if you want to go for a bit of a dodge. But EVOS, they are on the other side of the map though, so it's not like they're going to be able to take advantage of this information as well. So yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head as to why you would want to go for such an interesting choice.
Yeah, let's see though. BTR right now just stacking up in this compound, and not only Heavy will be in here because of all the noise. Onyx Olympus will also be jumping in, but potential backstab is happening, and there goes Styx down. Another one almost out, but here comes Big Kyung to the rescue, but this is not so much of a rescue. Onyx Olympus, who was just about to knock, has had their doors open for them, and BTR right now is at the loss. Hopefully they have a few points to bring back their teammates, because it's not looking good, especially with the entire squad of Onyx Olympus on crosshairs on them, and Azriel is in trouble right now.
Dang.
3 roaming around. Even with that 1887, there's not so much that he can do.
Has revealed himself as well, so 100% he is going to go down. Neptune, I am very very confused as to why Bigatron decided to go for such an open area launch. You would assume that if you're going to launch your team somewhere, it wouldn't be out in the open where another team nearby could potentially snipe you down. Do you feel like maybe they thought that they were actually free to do whatever they want? Like maybe did they just not see Onyx? But I feel like that's the only logical solution here.
Yeah, I mean they might not have expected Onyx at this point, but the threat of WAG knocking one of their players down, as well as another one which is Heavy, who has been roaming in and dropping against them. They don't want to go in a third party, so they just decided to launch pad away, but they didn't expect Onyx Olympus to be that close. And there you go. All across the board, they drop, and they are now on 12th place. The curse continues, though, for most of the Booyah takers.
Dang, Bigatron, they had such a good start today, and it kind of went down the toilet. They still got a lot of points from that first round, but now if you think about it, you kind of have to split it between these first two games now, because they basically went home with nothing for Next Terra. Very devastating for our first team to grab that booyah. WAG, though, going to be pushing in with Alan. They want to try and go pick up here onto Adam. Adam's just going to keep on bouncing around to see if he can keep dodging these attacks. And this man, he is skinny, but he's not skinny enough to dodge these shots. And WAG, they will finally take Adam down, but this was a lot of crucial information for Onyx. They know where WAG is. And so you can see Onyx, they're trying to make that Delta split happen. But again, another player getting caught, but this time by a get nice from Heavy.
So Heavy is one of the teams that has been in here with Bigatron Esports before WAG jumps in. And there goes Get Nice trying to get away. Max 7 will not do anything with an M590 against Alan. And there goes Get Nice being taken out. I'm quite sure though, I think we've seen a couple of revive that has been done, especially with the vending machine right here. But for WAG, X4 has been hanging in there, trying to wait for that perfect opportunity for a takedown. Managed to drop one of the players of BTR, and then the moment that they had all their loot, they went in on to that approach. But too fast? Not too fast though, on launch pod, and has been taken down as well by GOW Taunt.
Clearly not fast enough, Neptune. And it looks like Zeus going to be caught out as well. But Vamos, though, they are in such a terrible spot, though. They've got John the Axel around, but they're just getting they're getting shot at. They just can't find anywhere to settle. They will finally find a spot, I believe, but it is just, I think it's just the Axel on his own. He's got a lot of work to do to bring everybody back. Wings. Oh, yeah, well, you know what he's going to use those wings for? To go back to the spawn point.
Yeah, I mean, Red Bull might give you wings, but wings doesn't get you that much. Well, Evo's Divine right now, they have 5 elimination already on the hunt against AG Global, but before hitting their Ray, just went in for that airdrop. And I'm not seeing much of AG Global. I think Cypher is the only one remaining right here. And Flash with one player as well, the Zom, who's moving in a moment. Cypher gets too close. He might be the one who takes him down. And there you have it, Potterfell in hell. But the finisher will be done by Ray. And you just revealed your position, the Zom. You need to zoom out of here.
He probably thinks he's going to go down anyway, so he just decided, you know what, I'm going to try and go for the sneak. It's just unfortunate he didn't get that final hit, so the Zom is going to be eliminated any moment now. Ray's just trying to finish him off, but these blue walls are causing them a lot of grief. But they will have Aim God finally coming in from the back, and Ray going to finish the job off for the team. And PE Sports actually running into VSJ, it looks like.
See if Best J will be able to take a number against PE Sports. Hit list has been put in onto Bisang Srivijaya as well as a VP. Ooh. But on the other side, the Vamos has been eliminated out of this game. Gardu will be taken down as well as Guns, but the vending machine is available. Well, let's see who will be going down first. What a turnaround by Joel! But also, Bay has been taken down by the sniper, which is Lao Ho.
Oh, no.
And It's a good thing they were able to time that revive though, but loss of resources for this team of Visaka Sriwijaya, where NPE Sports will be taking advantage, but I don't think they have any information or probably heard the shots already coming from Virtus Pro. But you know how Exposé works. He will try to look for that headshot, but Lau Ho will try to respond as well. So let's see who goes down first.
I have to see whose head pops out first, right? We've got to figure out if you can get that one shot, that one tap. But I think VP, I think they did catch sight of Onyx because they keep looking in that direction. So I think VP, they realize they are kind of stuck in the middle here, and they're trying to figure out, okay, who do we potentially deal with first? Is it going to be this team that's on our left side, or is it going to be the team on the right side? And it's going to depend on whether or not we're going to see Onyx go for that piece, to sit there and guard that spot.
Yeah, unless, well, they did use that binoculars to spot out where Onyx Olympus is, but as we look in, the two players coming from Visaka Sriwijaya is trying to defend themselves. Guns has been taken down already, but before that, Evo's Divine has lost Ray at this point. Aim God and Coachil, once again, they are in trouble, but it doesn't matter though. They have the numbers that they can work with, especially with how they survive the third spot earlier. So they have invested already, but can be asking for more, especially if they can bring back most of the teammates into the next phase of the circle. For WAG though, they have 6 elimination already, trying to avoid being backstabbed by Visaka Sriwijaya, where Visaka Sriwijaya, I think they have been revived as well, but not so much of resources to work with. So it's very, very difficult, especially as we are now in the third phase of the circle, going into fourth.
Yeah, and they're basically playing around WAG as well. I mean, it just goes to show how difficult this game is. Evos like Coachil going to be going down. Neptune, I want to mention this actually. Evos are playing fast and furious, but it's in a way where I'm feeling really uncomfortable watching this team. Like, they are playing so dangerously. And yeah, every elimination that they get, every team that they get rid of, it's a big win for them, but they are basically playing Free Fire as a two-player game. And I'm just sitting here thinking, when is it going to end? Like, who is going to eliminate them? Because when I see a team just running around as a pair, shooting heads, popping heads, without having a care in the world, you have to think that this is going to crash and burn at some point. And this is EVOS being the favorites to win this map as well. Like, the fact that they're playing so dangerously. Do you think they're doing this because they feel a little threatened today?
It seems like it, because a lot of teams are aiming for that #1 spot, and we did mention that since they are on the top of the leader, a lot of predictions are on them. They know that a lot of teams might be targeting them, so they're just making it work with elimination. But speaking of elimination, X4 about to be eliminated, but it's good enough. He was able to recover, but who is hunting him? It's Virtus Pro, as well as PE Sports and Team Flash, and he's in the middle. So it looks like another aim god situation, but knowing X4, he won't be silent because he is sniper, so he has a good chance to get all those eliminations from afar.
Man, the bottom of the circle is an absolute mess. You have Heavy going ham on PE Sports down here. You have Evos down there as well, who has to figure out a way on how to get into that circle as well. And then you have Flash wanting to come in. Looks like they're going to be launching themselves closer to this action towards the bottom of that circle. Look at Kabi. Kabi's looking at this and he's thinking, guys, there's no way I get in this circle. I am stuck.
He's stuck literally, and was able to rebel rush onto the other side, but he's trying to disrupt the defenses of PE Sports with that M79 grenade launcher. And I think it is working because they had an opening right now, but a little too close though on Team Flash. Now question what ideation is. He backs away, takes a U-turn. That is a wrong way, brother.
I feel like I could hear his heartbeat from here, just dung, 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 as soon as he saw the glue wall. He was like, oh dang, okay, this was a mistake. Oh, but it looks like they know where each other are. Okay, so Flash, we saw them throw a bit of a grenade, but it looks like they're hesitating. They're thinking, like, is this worth taking? There's Jay in the meantime, though, going to be eliminated in that 9th spot. Heavy staying within their compound, but they have several neighbors in the vicinity. Flash in particular, their closest neighbor and maybe their arch nemesis moving forward. But look at where this next circle is going to be, Neptune. It is right where Onyx and GOW want to be. Everyone else in the meantime, though, I feel sorry for them. I don't know where they're going to be able to hide. There's no compounds on the left side of this circle.
And there's a risk, though. I mean, even if you have the compound, there's still a risk because a lot of teams will be gunning for this area, especially for those with the launch pad.
I'm expecting, yes.
Yeah, they might
100%.
be dropping in right here. But for Virtus Pro, pickup will be done on Expo C. And here comes Evo's Divine trying to break through the glue wall. But Diamond right now, turn around. And not quite sure if Nade will help them at this point. But Team Flash might be in trouble. All those melters as well as those ice grenades might slow down Team Flash. And this might be the cue for Fuwara to go in for the rush. It's just hanging in on the stairs. And backstab is potentially about to happen right now from VP. But they're not really stepping out of the compound. And Nameless has been dropped the moment he did.
Oh boy, VP already down to 3 players. They're trying to play on this high ground, but at some point they're going to have to go downstairs and deal with this problem. We do have somebody that is a bit of a stowaway here. I do believe we saw Evos somewhere. There's Ray. He's actually right next to... Look at where Ray is. He's right next to Police One. Oh my goodness, that circle is moving in though, so it's time to go. We're running out of space here. PE Sports are going to be hanging on towards the bottom end of that circle. Flash occupying the top side. Onyx, AG, Veste on the right-hand side of that circle. Evos, unfortunately, going to be eliminated in 8, so even though you had the eliminations, you're not going to get those placement points. AG, though, hiding behind the cover of this corner, but they just could not get around that glue wall.
Not so much that they can do right now. AG Global will just need to inch their way in to the next phase of the circle, and it will shift as well. So those who are stuck in here, which is GOW and Onyx Olympus, who not quite sure is what they're doing right now. I think they're playing tic-tac-toe, is just going down after the other. Onyx Olympus might be the ones winning it, and with the 6 teams remaining in this final circle, it will be tough, especially once it heads into the open space. But Yanbin will be taken down from that snipe with that SVD, and Onyx Olympus will need to make their way, but Adam is in trouble as Expo C has his crosshair on him. So Onyx Olympus is stuck and trapped and no way out.
Flash is going to be taken out. Look at where this next circle is. It is in favor of VP. So anyone that's not within the circle now, they're going to have to try and figure out how the heck do you get in. Looks like PE Sports, though, they will manage to make their way through unscathed. And I think these might be our 2 leading teams going into the end of this match here, Neptune. It's really going to come down to how Onyx makes it in. They are on the right-hand side of the circle. They are slowly creeping in, but I don't know if they're going to have a free way in, because PE Sports and VP, they're just going to sit and wait. They're going to wait to take him out. And look, that's what's happening. Actually, Adrian just gets eliminated by the play zone.
That's one thing, though. It's troublesome, especially if you don't have that much opening at this point. And this face up the circle. VP right now, Virtus Pro will try to go in for the flank against PE Sports. What will the 3-man strong team, will they be able to break through on this compound? PE Sports managed to do so, and they will head in to that second floor. Just make sure that they will not be spotted by Virtus Pro. But there's no going back. There's no going away for Virtus Pro, but into the window. It's a good thing the glue wall saves him, and Expo C goes down with that grenade.
All it took was for Fuwak to try and get a winning headshot, but he just the first one to be taken down. Nameless, next player to go down on the side of VP, and unfortunately for them to try and make that aggressive move, it has completely back him, and now Onyx are going to get second place for those placement points. There's only 2 players though, but LBT tries to go for the rush, but he gets taken down. Don't Cry gonna be the next one to go in, and Nero getting the shot. Crime MKS gonna be down. It's down to Wings. Last player for Onyx. Can he do something? If he can 3v1, it would be a miracle, but no. PE Sports gonna get that second booyah of the day.
Final PE Sports popping off with that 11 points that they grabbed for that game number 1. It would be even more. But the only question is this enough to go against Virtus Pro, who managed to survive a little bit longer and also had 22 points from the earlier match? Because they might not have been taking any booyah, but in terms of placing on the top 3, 42 games, they are taking 100%.
Yeah, I mean, look, we are seeing teams play hyper aggressive today, Neptune. Sure, we're still seeing maybe like 9, 10 teams coming in towards that 5th, maybe 6th circle, but we are seeing a lot of eliminations because of that revive system. And I kind of feel like with how fast everyone is playing, teams are kind of forced to play faster than they normally would because they know if they don't, they're going to fall back because of those elimination points everyone else is picking up.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, at some point they really try to avoid eliminating the entire squad. It gives them more chances to get all those elimination points, especially if they can spot on where they will be dropping once they revive. But for PE Sports, they have been a slow pace at the beginning of this game, and not so much that they brought in a lot of noise. For the moment that they were in that final circle, they planned out how they can take out Onyx Olympus, even Virtus Pro. So no pressure right there, PE Sports. I think this is the day that they will be heading to the top. The only question is, will they have that consistency?
Can they reach the summit? I think that's what we're all kind of wondering here. Who's going to be hitting the summit and making it through to the next stage of the competition? I kind of have to say as well, actually, props to Onyx for playing it really, really conservatively when we had that movement, when they were the ones in a very disadvantageous position. They were trying to fight the blue zone, okay?
Yeah.
Whereas VP and PE Sports, they were waiting in the wings. And I kind of wonder the fact that VP, the feeling that they had to be the ones to try and make that aggressive play happen. Do you feel like they had to actually push into PE Sports so soon? Because I kind of think, I felt like they had time. They didn't need to play so aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a gameplay. It's just a style of Virtus Pro, and they want to bring the battle up close and personal. It just so happened that the Blues closing in on them, and they didn't have that much time to really turn that corner and go against PE Sports, as well as the second floor that has been taken. That made it difficult for VP to rush in. If it was just the first floor, or it would just be the ground floor, nades will be popping in, and then VP will be rushing, and that might have been the end of PE Sports.
Maybe. It looks like we do have our interview almost ready to go, folks. So it's going to be pretty interesting to hear what PE Sports have to say getting that first booyah for them today. And I'm kind of wondering how they're feeling. Like, are they feeling really, really good? We'll find out right now because the interview is ready. Let's see what PE Sports have to say.
Give a raise for PE Sport, and that is our booyah for today in our second game. Hello everybody, I'm Yunsul, and right next to me is LBT from PE Sports. Hello LBT. So let's jump into our first questions immediately. It has been a long time we see you here on our second phase of the knockout stage. So, and this is your booyah as well. How do you feel? Excited, scared, nervous or anything? Can you share it for us? Xin chào LBT, thì lời đầu tiên là Duy xin được chúc mừng LBT cũng như là PE Sports đã có một màn comeback vô cùng mạnh mẽ ở trong trận đấu thứ hai này. Mặc dù là trận đấu đầu tiên thì mọi người thi đấu cũng rất là tốt, nhưng mà bởi vì mình đã có booyah để giải vây rồi, và đồng thời đây cũng là ngày đầu tiên mình quay trở lại với đấu trường, thì LBT đang cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Em cảm thấy hơi nôn nao, hào hứng.
Hơi hào hứng.
Dạ.
Hào hứng rồi còn cái gì nữa không?
Muốn chiến đấu hơn thôi.
Muốn chiến đấu hơn, vậy cái này là coi như là thêm động lực đúng không? You feel very happy. I think there's a little bit of mix and nervous in it, but overall, this is a push for him. It's like an adrenaline for him to push himself more, so he wants to fight more. So, LBT, do you think that you have been satisfied with your game today, or you haven't? Thì đến với game thi đấu này thì không biết là mặc dù là chúng ta đã có một khởi đầu cũng khá là ổn và game thứ hai là có được cả booyah luôn, nhưng mà LBT đã cảm thấy là thỏa mãn với cái màn trình diễn của mình chưa, hay là vẫn chưa?
Dạ chưa chị ơi.
Mặc dù là có booyah nhưng mà vẫn chưa luôn.
Dạ.
Vậy thì LBT mong muốn là đội tuyển của mình sắp tới là sẽ thi đấu như thế nào thì mới thỏa mãn được bản thân của mình?
Thi đấu tốt hơn nữa.
Thi đấu tốt hơn. Vậy là mình có chiến lược gì chưa?
Dạ có rồi.
So for himself, he feels like he is not satisfied with his game yet, but overall he wants to put himself and also his team to fight more so that they can really satisfy themselves in the next 4 games. So LBT, At the end of our game, I can see that there is a huge combat. It's like a very messy one with a 6 team. I would like to ask, because you guys are very successful in that game, so who is the main caller and what were you guys doing? Can you share with me in the audience? Thì có một cái pha ở trong một ngôi nhà thì có rất là đông đúc. LPT chắc là cũng cảm thấy được cái sự căng thẳng khi mình đang giao tranh ở trong đó đúng không? Rất là đông luôn, 6 đội tuyển. Thì Yusu thắc mắc là không biết là ai là người đã call chính cho cả đội, hay là mọi người làm cách nào để mình có thể giải vây ra được khỏi những cái tình huống căng thẳng như thế. Thì LPT có thể chia sẻ Yusu và mọi người nghe được không?
Dạ, team em thì anh Rô là con chính, còn anh Bình là con phụ.
Anh Rô là con chính, anh Bình là con phụ, còn LPT thì sao?
Dạ, em thì chỉ góp ý những tình huống thôi.
Ồ, nhưng mà làm sao mọi người có thể mà bình tĩnh mà để mà mình giao tiếp với nhau khi đang căng thẳng như thế?
Chị nói liên tục rồi chị ơi.
Nói liên tục mà vẫn bắn được như thế luôn á hả? Hôm nay thi đấu rất là xịn. Fighting. So overall in the game, Nero is the main caller, and for Don't Cry he is the sub caller, and for LBT he just play, and second he having like small conversation to move everyone down. Well, I give him a luck so that he can play better in the next game. Cảm ơn LPT rất là nhiều và hy vọng sẽ thấy mọi người tỏa sáng hơn và thậm chí là có được vé vào chung kết sớm ngày hôm nay luôn nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now let's head back to caster and see the game stats.
Thank you very much, Yoonzul, as well as LBT. And there you have it. PE Sports finally grabbing a booyah. And the question is this enough to bring them to the #1 spot? Because I think it would be a huge disappointment for the other team if they are the ones in the #1, because it's just tough that PE Sports has just been introduced today and they're already taking the board overall, even against some of the teams that has been here for the past 2 weeks.
Look, I said this at the beginning of today. You should not be underestimating the newcomers. That's what we're going to call them, I think. The newcomers coming in every day, every time a team advances, because they have been watching these games. I promise you, they've been watching the games. They've been studying how these teams are playing. They're coming in with a lot of strategies because they know their time is limited. And so being somebody that is under stress, under a lot of pressure to perform, I feel like some of these teams down here, they're going to have that extra motivational factor that takes their game to the next level. So seeing this already for PE Sports, it's very promising, but this is where you have to question, do they have enough consistency to stay on top of the leaderboard? Because you can have one great round, but one great round is not going to make it to the very end. It's just going to keep... You're going to look good for one game and then everyone's going to go back to, oh, it's just PE Sports. You don't want that.
BTR. They grab that booyah and then they bomb out. And hopefully they will be able to get back on their heels. But for MVP, Lao Ho, the sniper with that wall brawl coming from Iris. Looking at the rest of the teams right now, it's quite different though, because they are introducing back that A124, last year's most used, or one of the most used active
MVP,
skill.
I want to say.
Yeah, MVP.
I think A124 was literally the MVP last year. Just the go-to. And if you didn't have it, or you had one less A124 than your opponent, that's it. You've lost the matchup because you just did not have enough to compete with the opponent's A124. Oh boy. But team stats though for PE Sports, I mean, they did really well this game. And compared to Bigatron's stats in that previous matchup, Lao Ho popped off. Popped off 4,000 damage. You got Don't Cry and LBT coming in with some solid backline supporting damage. And then you have Nero there coming in with the assists, getting some knockdowns as well. I kind of wonder, like, are we going to be seeing a turning point with PE Sports where they come in for one day and they just blow everybody away?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing though. But as we look at the key player, it was just Lao Ho all across the board. But for the entire PE Sports, I guess they will need to be to get a little bit more aggressive at this point. Doesn't depend that much on Lao Ho as a sniper, because so far he can get all those knockdowns, but it is dependent on the rest of the teams as well to follow through. And I think in this match they did follow through. 13 elimination, most than everyone out here, and we are also looking at 10s in terms of Onyx Olympus, GOW, as well as Evo Zubine. But placement overall, it is just PE Sports on top with 25. Onyx Olympus, though, good number on them, especially when they were introduced. Onyx Olympus was in the same position as PE Sports. They grabbed their booyah as well and got a lot of points. And PE Sports, because of that booyah, they took that number 1.
They've taken the number 1, but surprisingly, they have also tied with VP. They are literally tied in terms of points, but if we're going to take it to a tiebreaker, PE would win this because they've got that booyah. So PE, great start, gonna be super happy with themselves. Bigatron is not out of the running, right? That was our previous team that got their first booyah today. They're still sitting, if you think about it, I think they had 0 points or 1 point before they got eliminated. So they're still doing pretty dang good for themselves, but they cannot afford to have another 1 or 2 games where they completely bomb out. So I think at this point, would we confidently say the team to watch out for at the moment is VP? Because look, no booyahs, but they're in 2nd place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the consistency being that top 3 is on VP right now. As we often say, no booyah, no problem, because they are very close. But that is the end of 2 matches already. In a bit, we're going to go with a quick break, and as well as heading into our next match, which is happening in Bermuda, as well as Kalahari following that. So hopefully you are peeled right now, especially those watching in the Free Fire official channel. Keep those likes coming in as well as the comments, because we'll be right back in a bit for more Free Fire action. See you.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again!
up, survivors? Welcome back for our quick commercial break. We are just about ready to jump into match number 3, but so far so good for our games. No back-to-back booyahs yet. It's really up to anything at this point. But Neptune,
Yeah.
I want to hear your thoughts going into this next matchup, okay? Because we have a lot of questions. We had questions whether or not EVOS really are in good form today, if they're going to be able to make it through, because they're technically the favorites. If VP might be the one to steal the spotlight away, is PE Sports going to be the one-day wonders when they come in and they steal away that spot? There's so much happening, and I can't believe it's happening today.
Well, in terms of consistency, VP really is prime to still maintain their role unless they are taken down a little bit early. But for Evo's Divine, though, the next map would be Bermuda. So they are taking this spot overall. In terms of week or phase 2 performance, they have grabbed 2 booyahs already in this map and is in a lead of 17 against GOW, who's also doing well in this specific map. So I think it will still remain the same unless Evo's Divine play for that 2-player game again, wherein they are getting too aggressive and then some of their players are being taken out a little bit too early.
Look, I'm so glad you brought that up because I had so many questions when we saw EVOS playing in the blue zone, hunting players down. Like, sure, I think that's not something that is uncommon, but they were playing very dangerously, like to the point where their players were like, what, half health? They were tethered to each other by the hip. They were desperately hunting for these eliminations when I kind of felt like the game was so early. Did you really need to make a play like that happen? Like, I think we can probably see this being a more common occurrence if it's already like the 4th or 5th circle, you're down to 2 players, you're surviving, and you know that there's no way to bring your team members back. It was just, yeah, maybe that last game, EVOS just had a lot of unlucky occurrences. Like, maybe now things stabilize, okay? Because we're going back to Bermuda. This is a map that everyone is capable of playing. I wouldn't say it's easy mode, but it is definitely a more comfortable map for all of our competitors.
Yeah, especially this is the OG map, and we were talking about like years before before Alpine as well as Nextera has been introduced because of Solara being part of the mix as well. And everyone knows, as you did mention, this is where we grew up overall in terms of playing Free Fire. So Bermuda is something that everyone's familiar with, but Evo's Divine has topped this off. But we did the same thing on the previous map, which is Nextera, where we thought that they are the ones taking the board, but they did get a lot of elimination. But in terms of placement, not so much. So unless they change their pace, but I think agree with their tactics though. In the early parts of the game, you can play and tank the blue because it doesn't hurt that much. The only question is, how are you going to get back into the next phase of the circle, because it will be occupied by a lot of teams. But I guess that will be seen because we are heading into Bermuda right now, going into the green grass of home for this Free Fire battle.
We're going home, boys. We are going back to where everything began, our hometown, Bermuda. This is where we all have something in common. I think we're all very familiar with Bermuda. But I want to see, okay, this is something that is very unique to Bermuda. And I think you and I, we've seen this a lot in the esports scene for Free Fire. What kind of madness are we going to see? Because one thing that is so iconic with Bermuda is because teams are very familiar with this map, they're very comfortable. The game, it plays extremely fast. You see some incredibly quick knockouts. Teams get eliminated within the first 1 to 2 minutes. And I kind of wonder who's going to fall victim to being eliminated at the get-go. And at the moment, it looks like we are going to be seeing a hot drop here as Flash are going to challenge EVOS here right over Plantation. Who's going to get the first good loot? That is a great question. Oh boy!
It seems like it is a lot of early engagement that is happening, and Evo's Divine is rocking it. Wow!
Oh no!
Team Flash right now going down like flies, and they didn't even reach where they intended to go. I think they want to go in a little bit further, which is Shipyard, but Evo's Divine says, no, we want to get a lot of elimination, and let's start it off in Plantation, and they did so with 4 on their board.
I want to be very clear when I say the game moves fast. I didn't mean that fast. As in, a team literally their life flashes beyond their eyes. It was an incredibly quick elimination. But then again, it is EVOS. You cannot doubt this team's aim. But as soon as they hit the ground, you saw them shooting, and you can see Flash. They realize, wait a minute, guys, we messed up because we have nothing to fight back with. WAG, though, is going to be running into VSJ, and actually WAG themselves are going to be the ones to retreat because, yeah, you kind of don't want to challenge a full team when you're just running around as a pair.
Yeah, definitely, and that's something that they need to work on. Of course, sure, if this is intentional, that they spread out for more information or more loot. But Visakha Sriwijaya is a team that is very aggressive, especially when they spot that opportunity. And Alan has been tagged already, though M82B in his hand, he might be able to take one, but not so much. Everyone right here, Rebel Rush, to get away into the factory, but I think Visakha Sriwijaya has put in the launch pad so that they can get there a little bit quicker. And here comes Gardu right now. The blue wall will not make it, and Cyrus will need to run far, far away, but I don't think this is enough for him. The rest of WAG is quite far as well, and Gardu, as well as Guns, will be gunning them down. It is Obey who brings him down to his knees.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Like, X4 was the closest player that they could have run to, but he was just too far away on that hill. So WAG, they cut their losses. They do get the buybacks in, but it does mean that they're going to have to go for the resets here into Cyrus and Alan, right? They got to figure out, okay, we've got to find a place, we've got to loot them back up, and then we can go back to our own shenanigans. But at the same time, you kind of have to hope you don't run back into VSJ, because they are still running within that vicinity. Changing on over to EVOS here, it looks like after a very, very quick elimination as they dropped in, they have a very smooth game ahead of themselves. And I kind of feel like this might be the calmest game EVOS has played today. Because the first two games, really chaotic, really off the rails, really had me on the edge of my seat. Now it feels kind of nice to see this team relax a little in their skin.
I guess it was a part of plan, really, to slow down. It just so happens that Team Flash dropped in
too fast
against them. Yeah. And yeah, they had to respond.
Too
and
fast.
If I'm not mistaken,
I like that.
And if I'm not mistaken as well, earlier we've seen Evo Divine, they use that plasma gun. And that's one thing that we rarely see. But once it comes to the early drop, you get to use what you have available. And they did it with such perfection that they can do it, as you mentioned, too fast into that hot drop. But right now, BTR, the team that has been taken down a little bit too fast as well earlier, is being challenged, or will be challenging GOW Demon right now, though he is far. The rest of the team's already onto the other side of that bridge.
Oh boy, I don't know if I feel very comfortable with these two teams fighting, because we have Onyx on the other side of that river. And actually, look at that, Adam going to be shooting a couple of pot shots, and that's actually enough to chase them away and basically stop this engagement from happening. So, looks like Bigatron and GOW, they have another moment before they're going to either fight or just launch themselves in a different direction. They fly right over, right next to Vasya on that rooftop. This is the wrong place, wrong time, buddy. But EVOS, they do have their teammates nearby, but Vasya, he's all alone on the rooftop. The sniper is gone for EVOS.
Oh, there you have it. Rasia, the Wonder Kid, will be taken out, and it's tough though. It's tough, especially with Evo Divine losing that potential of information. But what more information do you need other than a team is going against you? Well, let's see if they'll be able to do so. That Heal UAV didn't go that far, and Ray will be taken down. But before doing so, he managed to go in for knockdown as well. Dix will need to be picked up, but the finisher has been done into Ray. Evo Divine will need to move away, otherwise they might feel the threat of BTR Esports.
Yeah, good job. Look, EVOS, you gotta bail. I think EVOS, they played a little bit too fast today. I think they need to calm it down, so I am glad that they have retreated. But Onyx is coming into play against Bigatron, and we'll have to see if Bigatron do stick around, because we could be having a lot of action in just a moment. Koja going to be playing around the boxes there to see if he can catch some vision, but Adam, he is doing a fantastic job for his team, trying to provide any kind of top-down vision he can for his teammates. And I think Onyx, they're deciding, okay, are we in a good spot here? to try and retaliate against Bigatron, or do we just sort of hang here and wait and see if they want to try and challenge us? We do have Kyung running onto the rooftop right next to Adam. Threw a couple of pot shots. It did not go for the one tap though. Right onto the low ground, and he catches him. Adam gonna be knocked down on that low ground, and now Kyung is gonna take that rooftop. Onik playing on the low ground. They can't even pick up Adam. Beautiful play coming in from Kyung.
Kyung right now jumping in, and the height that he had right now is potential for that headshot, thus an easy elimination against the players that went against them. Ray right now will be taken down. Rasia is back in play, and it's pretty much the same gameplay as we saw earlier. It's just a tag team for this team. One goes down, and then the revival will be done, and then another one goes down as well. So hopefully Russia will be able to find a good landing spot, because it will be tough, especially if you're far away from the rest.
Yeah, well, at least for EVOS, they will be able to regroup as a team. They have found a little bit of a quiet spot, so gonna have to go for a bit of a reset, but oof, that was just not what you wanted to really have here for EVOS in this particular game. We do have Heavy on the screen here, just going to keep up with their looting game, but if they run in the wrong direction, they're about to run into Vestj, who is occupying a portion of the map themselves. And look at this though, Vestj actually eyeing AG, and unfortunately for AG, they're stuck on the low ground and committed so many glue walls before they launched themselves out of there. So a really expensive escape here. Cypher does finally jump onto that launch pad, and they will manage to get themselves just outside that circle and into Mars Electric.
Yeah, it's risky though, because the blue will be closing in, and I think Bisak Sarwijaya spotted them already. So the moment that they get into that vending machine, bring back due, information will be relayed that they will be dropping in somewhere close. So they need to move fast. But speaking of moving fast, we have Evo Divine right now, who moved fast as well as revived their teammates that quickly. Not quite sure though if they have all the resources they need to challenge GOW Rasia with an SKS. No opening for him.
No, he looks really bare. This man needs a investment. He needs somebody to load him up, because he is just struggling with his inventory. I don't know. I mean, EVOS, they're going to make the call, and they're going to move over to the other side of Clock Tower, but GOW, I'm pretty sure this team has eyes on them. So they're trying to figure out, is this a team that wants to challenge us, or are they going to run around us? And EVOS, they're playing it really slow. They are looking friendly so far. So you can see GOW being a little bit passive. Oh, actually, no. Rasia is going to be aggressive. So just proving to them that they are looking for a fight. And I hope EVOS have enough in their back pocket to finish this fight off. Because if they don't end this soon, VP is coming in hot.
Yeah, they will be coming in hot. And as you can see, the split right now, Diamond, it's quite different right now. Seeing Diamond far away from the rest of the team. Most of the time, he is the one together with Nameless. But I think with aggression coming from Fawarak, especially from what we've seen yesterday on Clash Squad, he needs more of that electrotherapy and that backup from their support. So Diamond's the one who's peeling away. But for EVO's Divine, they are just waiting for the perfect opportunity. I think they have information on VP already, but all they have to do, or all they want to do, is to take this compound against GOW, because it's more of a safe compound, especially with the elevation that we have from that building.
Yeah, so it's a matter of if anyone makes a move, and if, let's say, it's either VP or EVOS, does the other team maybe take advantage of that and go for a sandwich maneuver? You see EVOS jumping onto GOW. Okay, let's join the party. Let's add some chaos and maybe take advantage of, you know, that craziness that kind of happens when you have a 3-team fight off. But it looks like for now, VP, they want to play it safe. They're playing under Clock Tower, so pretty protected at this point of time. Not really worried about anybody, and they're trying to look around to see is anyone hiding here, but it looks like this is going to be where VP camps out until the next circle. So VP, I think they're going to put the brakes on, and I like this play. Like, as great as this team is playing, they are in no rush to pick up these points. They're feeling pretty confident to grab it later on.
Yeah, they have that element of surprise. Not quite sure if Demon has spotted them, because he is on Overwatch right now. And GOW is still safe though, but the rest of the teams has spread out, or the other teams has spread out already. And I think they are within this phase of the circle. As it closes down to the third, going into the fourth right now is where most of the engagement will be coming in. Don't have sights though on AG Global, as we mentioned that they are now in factory and is being gate kept by WAG, though they don't have specific compound, but they can swoop in onto the other side, probably provide or get a few more covers, and then they can go for a backstab against WAG, specifically for X4, who is the sniper and the best player out of this team.
It looks like for AG, they kind of don't know. So I think at this point in time, AG, they are assuming somebody is gatekeeping this factory area, but they don't know where WAG is. So without this information, you can see this team really struggling and trying to decide, like, okay, do we really go in? Do we play along the edge? They're playing along the edge at this point of time, and because WAG is not showing their position, it's really making AG think twice about their movements, but they are going to slowly move in. And you can see WAG trying to get into position, maybe try and go for a bit of a flank here, export to the right-hand side, the rest of the team on the other side, and it looks like the fight's going to begin, Neptune.
Yeah, WAG and AG, the fight that has been going on between these two teams. Nades has bounced off of that glue wall. I think there's a little bit of blame that will be happening. FGL will be rushed in onto there, and Chinoy will be taken down. Two players will try to back him up, but WAG is primed to make sure that they go down. And Barros, it really went down, but it's not coming from WAG. It's coming from Team Heavy, who's shooting them from afar. So even WAG will need to take a little bit of cover, but they are surviving though, and they're peeling off AGW one at a time up until elimination.
That lack of vision really hurting AG in the end of that. And now WAG, they're going to have to deal with Heavy, their next opponent, who was coming in hot after AG, but Mufasa getting sniped on the edge. Now we do have Kabi and Get Nice. They're going to try and go for the pickup, but Krillin coming in from the back. They do get the pickup though, so back to 3. Alan on the ground along with Cyrus and Krillin. He's got Export to back him up, but they do need to get those headshots. If they can get a head tap, that would be fantastic. With Kabi rounding around, trying to catch Export, but Krillin here with the support, gonna try and take down Kabi, but Krillin gets caught!
Yep, Heavy right now will be the ones winning the fight, but X4 might still be alive for not so long. Here comes Mufasa going in for that elimination. And though they have lost one of their players, they still have all those points. But they need to be careful though, because a lot of teams are already waiting in on Clock Tower, specifically BTR and Bisaka Srivijaya. And for Bisaka, they're not so much of movement that they can do, especially they're stuck on that glue wall.
Oh boy, look at where that circle is. So everybody is fighting outside of that circle. And you can see who's prioritizing that next safe zone. We got VP, Heavy, running in hot, but looks like Bigatron and GOW. These two teams are too occupied, but because Heavy tried to run into the circle, they get eliminated by VP, I believe. Bigatron, they're going to be taking that west side, and EVOS, it looks like they managed to creep in from the top side. So GOW and Vasjay, they've got how to get in and basically dodge a fight up against Bigatron and VP.
Let's see if they can dodge that fight, because so far VP has their eyes on BTR right now, and Eva Divine might be doing the same. Dion from the other side take down Dix. I think they have that elevation, especially with how that shot went in through that window, but it's just an exchange right here. It looks like a tennis play coming from Virtuos Pro as well as BTR, but in the losing end, it is Bigatron Esports right now, because they're stuck between a lot of teams who have their crosshairs on them.
Yeah, they're actually in a really unfortunate spot. Like, as great as it is being in the middle of the circle, once you're the piggy in the middle and everyone's lobbying these grenades at you, it really puts that pressure into you having to watch your front and your back. Ideally, you want to be playing on the edge like VP, where the only team you have to look out for is in one direction. And you can now start to see the desperation. We're starting to see vehicles coming in. The famed monster truck coming in, waiting in the wings. And EVOS, it looks like they're going to have to try and deal with GOW, because these two teams finally converging, and look at where that next circle is going to be. There's that bottom right-hand corner, and you're running out of space. EVOS being jumped on by GOW. Dion playing around the corner, but it looks like EVOS, they've overwhelmed the Wolves. GOW going to be sent back to the kennel and thinking about that next match.
And Diano still fighting back. Drogon in hand and managed to take down two. The pickups being done on Evo's Divine, but there still is Demon on the other side with that sniper. And Cool Chill, nowhere to go. The Blues closing in. It will be tough right now to really survive. Now, Virtus Pro, the team that had made a good decision to stay in this edge of this circle so that they can move openly. But speaking of openly, there's an open area that's waiting for everyone right here. Visaksa Vijay with his full squad needs to be a little bit too quick, especially when they are being targeted by Exposé from Virtus Pro. So they jump in and goes for the battle in this open ground hill.
It's going to be that 4v4, and it's going to come down to those blue walls. They've lost two, and VP again going to grab their second booyah of the day. The performance we have seen from this team so far, I think the writing is on the wall. VP looking hot, looking strong, in a really good position to take this spot today. And it's only game 3.
It's only game 3. And out of the 3 games, Virtus Pro managed to take top 3 in all of them. So 100% top 3 rate. And when we thought they will be doing the rest with no booyahs, they will change their mind, especially as the challenge is something that they are really up to, especially with Visaka Sriwijaya, who have been hunting a lot of teams earlier into this game. But I think Visaka Sriwijaya also did a lot of elimination at this point, if I'm not mistaken. But for Virtus Pro, that decision to go in underground in Clock Tower, wait for the perfect timing, went in behind everyone, was the smartest move, especially in how the circle was moving.
They are so perfect with their restraints. Like, they know when it's time to go, and they know when it's time to just put the brakes on and wait. I really admire how much restraint they're putting in, especially with how clustered some of these fights are. Like, you've got 3 teams occupying the next 3 houses to one another. One of them is VP, and they could, if they really wanted to, attack that team that is in the middle of this 3-man fight away, but they choose not to. They decide, okay, this is looking a little bit risky. Let's try something different. They go either underground, they take a different path. They prioritize their position. And I kind of think you have to think of this when you start getting late into the game, because I think it was a really good idea that I mentioned this for Bigatron. It's great if you have the compound in the middle, but once you become the team that has to watch your front and your back, then you're going to have some issues, because now you have to watch out for 2 teams attacking it rather than 1.
Definitely, that is what happened with Bigatron Esports, but they did manage to survive, and VP just slowed down and they saved up all those resources. But I would agree, the decision making that Virtus Pro really did right there, going underground, heading in towards the edge of the circle behind everyone else, had focus on BTR, and even GOW has slowly been taken down by a few players from Virtus Pro. But the rest of the teams who are surviving in I think that final phase of the circle before it shifted has their eyes more on those in the middle. So as you did mention, getting into the edge, especially when you're on the 4th phase of the circle, is one of the pro move that needs to be done, but not so much if there's no compound to work with. So it just happens to be there's a lot of real estate to work with, especially on that final circle in Clock Tower.
So VP, they've had 3, ultimately I want to say they've had 3 great games. Sure, they only got 2 booyahs. Then again, only 2 booyahs? I think getting 1 booyah is also already a very big feat. But can anyone catch them? I think this team is, just because of those 2 games, or these 3 games, they are already starting to run away with these points. And is anyone in a position to catch them? We're going to have to find out in these future matches, but it looks like VP is ready for their interview, so let's see what our winners have to say after getting their second booyah.
Congratulations on your first booyah. And right now I'm here with
ในเมเลครับจากแวนตัดโปครับเอกโพซี่จากแวนตัดโปครับ
You guys notice any changes at all? หมุนตัวนิดนึงโชว์หน่อย New costume guys. How about the aim? Is it increase the aim? เปลี่ยนชุดใหม่ยิงคมขึ้นไหม
นิดหน่อยครับเพราะโหดอยู่แล้วด้
ได้
วย
only a little bit because he's as good as
น่าจะมีส่วนมากเลยครับเพราะว่าชุดสวยมากครับ
Custom's pretty good, so it increased the aim a lot. Okay. And do you think you'll get to the grand final today? คิดว่าวันนี้จะเข้า grand final เลยไหม
9,999.99999%
Okay, 9,999.9999%. Sure, he'll get to the grand final.
ส่วนอีก 1% เพราะว่าอ่านตรงนี้ไม่ออกครับก็เลยยังไม่มั่นใจว่าจะเข้าไหม
So that another 0.001% is because of he couldn't read this. What's it say? Guys, you can tell us what's it say. ไหนหันหลังส่งคำตอบกันเข้ามาได้นะคะว่าใครสามารถอ่านตรงนี้ออกส่งกันเข้ามาได้เลยคอมเมนต์กันเข้ามาเลย หันกลับมา Okay, last question. Were you upset on the first and the second game because you almost got the booyah? It was just a little bit more. เกมแรกกับเกม2อ่ะเกือบได้และอีกนิดเดียวเองรู้สึกแบบเจ็บใจไหม
ไม่ครับเพราะว่าจริงๆก็คิดไว้ว่าได้เกม3ครับอยากให้แฟนๆรอหน่อยเดี๋ยวมาแน่ครับ
He would like fans to wait a little bit because he knows he'll get the third match. Hey, แล้วเราล่ะ
ไม่มีอะไรเล่นให้สนุกก็พอ
He only wants to have fun, guys. Okay, thank you so much for this interview session. Now let's get back to the casters.
Thank you, Misa and Virtus Pro. Well, I guess the costume really makes a difference, or the change in uniform makes a difference. And as Misa mentioned, good new costume, new set of aim, and this is what Virtus Pro has brought us for this game. But again, first booyah coming from Virtus Pro. This is something else.
It is something else. Like, it came to the point where I think some people caught me saying this. I said they had 2 booyahs. No, this was their first one. They just played so dang good in their first 2 games that it felt like they actually had a booyah already. So just they tied first place basically after that game number 2, and now to pick up a whopping huge bucket of points again for game number 3, and also them now securing that booyah. I questioned, is there anybody that can really challenge VP? Are there any teams that are either firstly going to have the confidence to challenge them in a hot drop? Or is there a team that is going to basically hunt them down in the game, which you can't really hunt a specific team down aside from dropping with them and knowing who that team is because they drop there all the time. It's just, dang, I just can't believe how good VP is playing today.
Well, I can't believe it's well because that's the reason why they're not part of the prediction, because of how, I would say, soft they have been in phase 1 and even beginning of phase 2, because it's not really the consistency. The consistency is not on them. Yes, they are putting in a lot of points, but strategically, it's not working that well. Another factor might be is Team Falcons, Brave United, Narc, who's already out of the current list of teams.
True.
Thus, they can move up a spot. And even if the Evo's Divine is on the list, it's not showing to be a challenge right now for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of wondering what's happened to EVOS today. They have really dropped the ball, especially with all the expectations that are on their shoulder. I kind of wonder, them knowing that they are considered the favorites, because a lot of the bigger teams, right, as you said before, the bigger teams are kind of not playing now. Are they starting to feel that pressure that they are the ones that are supposed to make it through, but they're actually not? Or are they starting to feel that pressure that maybe their success was based on some of these stronger teams being in the competition and getting rid of teams like VP that is causing issues for teams such as EVOS?
Yeah, it might be a factor right now, but looking at the key players, Expose, the sniper, especially with that M82B, has brought in 7 eliminations plus close to 3,000 of damage, and Diamond, who is, as I would say, a rusher at this point, has eliminated 5 with that grenade, so he might as well be a bomber in this game. Now, 26 points coming from Virtus Pro. Pisaka Sriwijaya, though they went in second in that play, they were stuck in most cases, unable to get as much elimination as they need. So it's very close between them and BTR. And for Evo's Divine, it's not so much compared to what is expected from them for today.
Yeah, and just the 26 points, that is going to put VP in a significant position on that leaderboard. 62 points, 20 points over second place, which is actually both Bigatron and EVOS, both of these very strong powerhouse Indonesian teams. And yes, we've still got 3 more games to go, but not only do you need to fork out those 20 points that VP currently has as a gap, but you now also have to consider extra points to overtake them in these upcoming games. This is a Goliath of a task for these teams. But the thing is also, can VP keep this up? Because we've seen it before. Teams, they have a great 3 games, and then what else has happened? They suddenly lose that energy for the last 3 games, and all of a sudden, that gap, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, the gap doesn't exist, but I don't think that was a factor, especially if they are using that Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, because there's no gap in terms of performance. There's no lag in terms of movement if this is the device that they're using. And this is the official sponsor that we have not only for the spring season, but as well as for the fall. Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra has been equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, as well as the enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology that makes it a powerful device in the palm of your hand.
Look, I can say these Samsung phones are brilliant. I have the 24 Ultra, and I already think that is amazing. So if you want a top tier gaming, go upgrade to the 25 Ultra. If I have the extra money, I'd probably go for an upgrade. But the phones, they're brilliant. I've actually had no issues with my Samsung. It's actually kind of crazy. So, Neptune, you know what's coming up next? My favorite map in the entire world, Kalahari, coming up. Map number 4 could be the map that maybe changes the trajectory of this current day, because at the moment, I think if things continue the way they are, VP are going to be the undoubted kings and will be taking that spot to the next stage of the competition. And what makes it worse, I don't know if that trajectory is going to change, because VP are the kings of Kalahari based on the stats. The next 2 teams, though, they are contenders. It is actually Ireland and 3rd place team on the leaderboard at the moment, EVOS and Bigatron. So, is there a chance that they could topple VP? Possible. Possible.
Well, that would depend. That would depend if they can eliminate VP. As you did mention, the 20-point gap will only be easier to be achieved if in case VP doesn't make any point in Kalahari. But judging from that numbers, it will be tough. 4 Booyahs plus a total of 152 from all the map that are all the games they played in that map. And even Evo's Divine didn't get so much of a Booyah, but is very close on second. So 2 teams battling it out, and 1 will only be that number, that Booyah taker for this game. So let's jump in to the desert land of Kalahari and see who gets that Booyah.
All eyes are on our top 3 teams at the moment, because they are the top favorites to secure the Booyah on Kalahari. But of course, we can always be surprised. We could have an underdog potentially steal this away from all 3 of our top teams. Now, looking at the flight path so far, dead center from bottom to top. Are we going to be seeing any skirmishes for that refinery? And it looks like we could be seeing VSJ going up against P Esports in that central area of the map. So refinery is going to be a bit of a hot spot there for these 2 teams. Onyx, in the meantime, though, luckily they are going to get a nice clean entry. But for VSJ, not so clean, because they've lost both guns and Obe already in this 2-team skirmish. And look at this, Flash actually coming in with 2 players of their own as well. It could be a 3-way. Gardu, last player left, and VSJ, they are gone.
Gone with the win, and PE Sports right now really looking tough, but LBT will need to be careful. No more backup and going solo, and not enough points as well to go for the revive. So let's see what he will be going for, because it's not just this team of Team Flash, also AG is in the mix. So you need to be careful, run around, run away, but no, PE Sports out for the count.
I actually can't believe both teams that dropped into Refinery were eliminated first. We had one, then we had two, and who won? The Vulture. The team that came in and cleaned everything up. Devastating start for our first two teams that are eliminated. So already right off the bat, we only have 10 teams playing the rest of this round of Kalahari. We have a little bit of a 1v1 here between Diamond and Ton. But Diamond looking to be in a really great spot here. If Ton, though, can get the one tap, we could see a bit of a change. It's just going to be an exchange of 1 point, though, whoever wins this. Demon is nearby, but it's actually going to be both Ton and Diamond knocking each other down. And it's a question of, is anyone going to pick them up? So we'll have to check another day. But we are going to be going back to VP, nowhere near Diamond. So Diamond is not going to be picked up at all.
Yeah,
But
no pick up.
They just go for the buyback. Okay.
Yeah, much easier right there. It just costs a few coins. And Team Flash right now still a little bit flashy, taking down a few players from GLW. I would say that was awesome. Going in for a tie. No contention. It's just Mag 7 as well as M590. I thought M590 will be able to make that hit, but I guess the delay as well as the extra bullet coming from that Mag 7 had put down one of the players from that list as well. But Death will be close to death at the moment. Let's see if he can survive as the Zom will try to zip in to this floor.
Yeah, they weren't able to save Death, but they do bring him back though. So Flash going to be back to 4-man gaming, but they will sacrifice Refinery though. Going to leave that to Vamos, and instead they're going to try and do something different. In the meantime, though, it looks like Onyx were cut down to 2 players, so they only have Adam and Adrian left. They're going to have to try and figure something out to bring Crime, MKS, and Wings back, because you kind of don't want to play with a 2-man roster this early on in a game of Kalahari as well. But the thing is, are they about to run into a team that could eliminate them? Evos, waiting in the wings, stalking and hunting. Wings and Crime, they are going to come back, but if you lose Adam and Adrian here, then your team is basically reset with no items.
Smart move though. I mean, they just whoop in, passed across Evo's Divine on command post. So even if Adam, as well as another player from Onyx Olympus, which is Adrian, will not be able to get away, there's still hope for Onyx Olympus at this point. But Vehicle will be there. Not quite sure if Ray will be able to take him down with that AC-80. A little bit too quick though, and Adam is out of there. Fast and furious.
Yeah, I think if Adrian got eliminated there, that it would have just been a complete reset for Onyx. Like, you have no items, nothing. Everyone's coming back into the game completely bare. You kind of don't want to do that in Kalahari. You kind of need those resources if you're going to be able to move. We are seeing a tiny skirmish though. Looks like Heavy going to be losing at Kabi here potentially to Bigatron. It's just him though, so it's another point going into the back pocket here of Bigatron. A team that is potentially set to take the Booyah from this game. But the fact that it's a very uneventful early game for Bigatron, I feel like this is a good sign for the team, because you're free to loot, you're free to choose where you want to be when that circle starts to move. And I guess, like, the good news, as long as you don't run into VP early, you're going to probably make it in towards these next couple circles.
And I don't think VP will be a threat at this point in the early parts of the circle, because they're just waiting for each phase to be available for them, and that's where they get their position. But for Eva's Divine right now, they really need to reposition, and there goes the spray. Ray and Aim God has been taken down, but all they have to do right now is wait. Rasia is just waiting as well. I'm not quite sure if he has the weaponry to go against 2 players who's rushing against them, and Cart on his hand needs onto him, and here comes a Ton as well. So it's a 4v1. Rasia will be stuck, and GOW will be the ones winning that fight, but not so much though, because there's a few players that has been revived. But 4 versus Pro, this is a chance that they have been waiting for, a chance to add up to that 1 elimination as Vamos rushes in against them.
Yeah, and I think Vamos are going to lose a number of players here, but we do see one of VP's players getting knocked down as well. Jun and Diamond on the ground. Nameless getting clipped as well. Exposy, last player left on the team. He does go for the buyback though, so they will still have Diamond hanging around. It looks like they're going to abandon Nameless because they realize there's just too many players there. It's too risky for Exposy to try and go for that buyback. So VP They've had 3 great games, but all of a sudden they get caught in one really bad, unsuspecting fight, and this team is down to 2 players. This might be the game where VP might see a bit of a downfall in their performance.
Well, speaking of downfall, I think this is the downfall of Team Vamos right now. And there we have it. Eliminated on 10th place is Team Vamos. And it's not looking good for this team right now. Currently, before this game, they are on the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, Bigatron Esports, 9 elimination already and heading into Refinery, while the rest of the teams are on the other side, which is the sub. And Onyx Olympus going against AG Global, or rather, WAG. And WAG has no elimination just yet, but I don't think they were in trouble earlier. They're just timing their approach in this map.
Yeah, fully decked out. I think WAG, they are itching for a fight now. If you just look at their inventories as we cycle through, they catch out Adam on the side of Onyx. So Onyx already down to 3 players because Adam in a really weird spot. He will get picked up there by Cyrus. So down to 3 players, and look at this WAG fearlessly running into Onyx, who are forced to use the launch pad to get on out of there. But does WAG continue to chase them? Oh no, look at where Onyx have launched themselves right into the mouth of the wolves.
That's one thing though, it's really tough for these Hedgehog to run away, especially when the claws and fangs is already on them, and there is a risk of being seen, or he has been seen already, especially with that Coda and Dian. All you have to do right now is wait and probably take him down on a pitch. 3 players already together with 4 players rather, who is just waiting for that opportunity to take down Crime? MKS. And
Crime?
no,
Hello?
He survives.
What? Did this man just commit a crime? How did he not get picked there? Oh my god.
That's a team for you. That's a team.
Think he held his breath. I'm very sure he was holding his breath as he watched GAW run by. What a scary moment. I feel like it's always moments like that when you're the last standing for your team and you see an entire 4-man team run by your hiding spot. I can hear that heartbeat. Insane. Ooh.
Heart is already down his throat at that point.
After this game, I think he has to make a trip to the emergency department just for a checkup, because I would not blame him for having heart problems after this. Meanwhile, back in the central area of this match, Neptune, Refinery is happening. We're seeing so many teams playing around the central area because they want to use that high ground to try to catch anybody out. And for AG, it's not them looking for players on the low ground. They're actually trying to play with the teams on the high ground.
Yeah.
If they can make something happen, it would help teams make it into that central area.
Well, I have to see though. I mean, AG Global, that's their strongest suit, especially in the distance with Du and a sniper, and if the rest of the teams follow through as well, because he can't just go in for that knockdown, and there's no confirmation coming from the rest. So this is a good position for them in Refinery, but everyone's taking their place as well. BTR, 2 players already on this tower, might have spotted WAG, that jump, and it's still a double with that hook gun, but does he survive this fight? Especially crosshairs are on them. WAG will try to stalk BTR at this point, but they don't have that much opening just yet.
Yeah, they're actually in a really awkward spot because they have to use the cliff face as their hiding spot. But Alan launching himself up onto the watchtower there. Koja is going to jump down, but it seems like he wants to jump down to where Alan is. He actually just wants to jump down to the low ground because he's worried about being picked off himself. Now, he is going to be the target of Bigatron. They are shooting up there, but so far nothing is connecting. But maybe the fact that Alan revealing himself on that tower is given an opportunity for the rest of the team to actually put themselves right next to where Bigatron are. Uh-oh. Bigatron? Are they in trouble now?
I don't think so. I mean, they do have AG on the other side that might be able to snipe them, but no! They felt it and they went into that jump. It's a good thing they put up that glue wall as well. And if it's all at the same time that they jumped in, they wouldn't have that much time to bring up that glue wall that might be trouble for them. But speaking of trouble, Evos Divine denied of their chance for a booyah in this game.
Just so far today, EVOS have just been given no opportunities, no free cards, no handouts. They have been beaten so far down. I kind of feel like EVOS I think this team is going through a really, really bad mental state at this time because I haven't seen this team get beaten this bad in such a long time.
I mean, it's tough, really, especially if they are contenders to be on next spot in the grand finals. But
Yeah.
it's really hard, especially when there's a lot of pressure, a lot of anticipation, and it's just not showing up because other teams are really doing as much as possible to end it for today. Otherwise, they will still have 2 more days to work with, and that reset will not help. And I guess that is also brought, what Evo's Divine is feeling right now is brought in with the number of days that they have been in here and unable to get that #1 spot by the end of the day. So there's still a lot of disappointment, a lot of pressure that they're feeling right now, and hopefully they can brush it off after this game.
Look, I think at this point, if you're EVOS, you gotta pull out some of the craziest wins in these next 2 games. But we'll talk about that later on. We are still focusing on this 4th round for Kalahari. We still have 8 teams remaining in the competition. And just looking at the positioning for these teams, GOW, really clean entry on that right side. Big revival from Onyx, so they're gonna bring their team back in. But this late in, they're gonna basically have nothing in their pockets. Speaking of pockets, I think Flash, they're going to pull something out because it's going to be a miracle for them to go onto the high ground without losing a potential player or 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're just waiting for a lot of engagement to happen. The GOW will not be waiting. And there goes Dakota being used right now, the spot where the position of the opponents are. Now, DN right now just bringing it all with all those groove walls, melters, with all the grenade. And Team Flash has been pushed in onto that ridge with natural cover, though. I think this is time for GOW to pull back, and they are doing so. And they still have an opening at this part of Refinery, where the rest of the teams right now is just going in for the battle, especially WAG and BTR.
Yeah, really crowded towards that bottom and left-hand section of the map. So whoever's sitting in the top right-hand corner, they are sitting pretty with a very clean entry into Refinery. And I have to say, for teams that aren't already up on the high ground in Refinery, or at least in a favorable position, this is going to be really tough because you can see here GOW running into Flash, but I think they're going to regret this decision because they immediately lose their front runner. It's now back to Yanbin and Ton to try and make this play happen, but they can't pierce through these glue walls. Flash still sitting on 4 players, and look at this desperation coming in from GOW, but they caught ABC and the Zom. It's 2v2. Maybe they're going to turn it around. Oh, the Flash! They're all gone! Yanbin and Ton! They pull out a miracle play!
And I was about to question why GOW turned around, get away from Team Flash, but I guess it's a smart move from them. Once a Team Flash moves away from that ridge and start to challenge GOW, they had no choice but to fight back. But Onyx Olympus, there's no fighting back for them. They have been eliminated, and AG right now will try to break through, especially against Virtus Pro, but Fawarak will be stuck in the corner. Not so much of help will be done, and I think this will be it for VP right now. AG Global brought them to that 6th spot.
The Kings have been knocked off the throne. We're going to be seeing another team grab a booyah here and maybe close that gap from VP. Whoa, this is starting to get very scary here, Neptune. WAG, though, going to have to play on this low ground, climbing up that cliff face. Heavy, they did have a small opportunity to stop them coming up on that high ground, but now I think it's been lost. WAG wanting to push to maybe take this crate for themselves, but they have to be careful. Bigatron is just around the corner, and so is AG Global. GOW playing on the high ground as well. Yamin playing up there with Ton, looking for those next eliminations. Bigatron, I mean, they are dead center on this map, but I don't think this is where you really want to be here.
Yeah, it's tough to be dead center unless you have elevation, but they don't. It is GOW.
If a grenade connects in that crate, it is over.
Let's see. AG Global, Chinoy tries to go in for the push. Doesn't have to be out in the open, and he goes down first, but managed to take down is Kyong. And there goes the response overall. AG Global falls to their knees, and BTR survives. Who says that we can be taken down from this container? But the same story is happening right now for WAG, and it is a challenge by Team Heavy, but they are the ones falling down. Heavy is fighting back. The ones holding the box are the winners.
What is this? Is there like a fight club within this one crate? Everyone's invited? This last man standing? Oh my gosh, incredible. But it's not over yet though, Neptune. We still have GOW playing on that high ground heavy, hiding in that crate. But look at Bigatron though. They're saying, it's okay guys, we're gonna try and go for it. We're seeing a monster truck flying in from the sky as well. Oh boy, I don't know what position you're trying to use, Azriel, but you've got so many glue walls you're going to have to use for cover. He manages to get out and hide under the building. And Bigatron, I think they found a hiding spot because GOW can't reach them here unless they go down to the low ground.
Yeah, even if the shifted circle happens, there's not so much that GOW has to do to move around. They have an opening as well to the rest of Heavy at this point. And BTR right now just needs to survive, but how can they do so if all eyes are on them? Not so much of a cover, not so much of a corner that they can turn into, and even Heavy are having trouble to go against BTR at this point. But smart move coming from GOW right now. They head straight to where the shift is.
Bigatron!
Gabi, AC80. There goes the takedown, and only one remaining for Bigatron.
Oh man, you're going to have to try and play that game of hide and seek because if Heavy catches you, that's going to be it here for Bigatron. They really want these points if they can get it, even if it's just one place higher. GOW though, very stubborn, staying on that high ground because if they can afford it, they kind of don't want to give away free potential eliminations to Heavy. But Heavy also playing on the outskirts of that circle. Neptune, I think things are going to slow down a little bit here because these teams, they are getting extremely cautious. But as for Azriel, this man kind of wants the game to finish now because he's all alone.
I mean, he's all alone, anxious, and probably bored for waiting. But he will be fighting if he had that opportunity, and that would be very, very close on to Heavy, unless GOW decides to jump in. No,
he's right behind the pillar.
He has cover, so I don't think anyone can see him that easily.
But it looks like they know where he is, right? It seems like they know where he is, but Heavy also need to respect GOW on that high ground. So it's not like you can just simply run over there, run and gun, and be done with it. Like you can tell Heavy really wants to grab those booyah points. And yeah, they're catching sight of where GOW are. It's Todd and Yan guarding that open space. But Yanbin, I feel like this man, he's thinking about wanting to go for a backstab. They're just hoping that Heavy take the bait.
Oh, let's see
Azriel.
if
He's running out of
they can jump
space.
in.
No!
This is tough. This is tough for Azriel right now. He did use
GOW?
that as a hiding spot. Here comes Heavy jumping in, and as well as GOW, but there's no way that GOW will be able to spot on Azriel that easily, as they need to work with Heavy right now. At this point, all nades, all melters will be thrown at them, and the rotation right now, Demon for the surprise hit, but not so much an HP remaining, and the distraction didn't work that much. He goes down first out of GOW, who is a full squad, and Heavy right now will bring in the trouble. But Azriel will try to survive on a medic gameplay. Let's see if he does make this work.
No, I trust you. Nobody is looking up right now. Nobody is looking at the top of that circle. So if these guys just give it away, Azriel is going to be laughing to the bank. Heavy. They're still fighting on the low ground with GOW. Azriel, play the game. He's done it. He'll come. The revives are not enough. Azriel. This is why I don't care who you are. If there is elevation, look up. Look up, because Azriel has probably pulled off one of the most insane comeback plays for his team.
As Ellie mentioned, he don't care who you are, where you're from, what you've done, as long as you've met guests.
Look up.
The thing though, it's smart move for him. I think he just timed it. He has a hook gun, and he just timed it that everyone is busy and managed to move up in there. That ledge, that ledge is just in a perfect spot that he can save up his HP, and he managed to do it. And it's been a while that we've seen that medic gameplay, that medic track work, or it has been used, because it's rarely that it happened. Most of the time, they just rush in and eliminate the squad.
So I know there are going to be people questioning, oh, what is this medic gameplay? You know, what is this game of hide and seek? This is a game of Free Fire. It doesn't matter how you win. If you win, you win. Okay, you're gonna get the points. It doesn't matter. And you have to give props to Azrael because making a play like that happen, trust me, okay? If it was you or me, anybody, any one of us, the viewers, the casters, if we were playing a game of Free Fire, we would probably not think of what Azrael did in that moment because of how stressful the situation is for him to simply survive and to pay attention to where the other two teams are currently positioned. Could you not think of how genius it was for him to count how many players fell from the rooftop for him to decide it's actually safe for me to go up there? He counted all the players that came down. He went up there and he was like, all right, guys, this is the last hurrah. This is the last play. And he pulls it off. Okay?
You know how? You know how he was able to do it? He was just lying down in there because he's all alone. He was meditating in there, clearing his mind.
Meditating, yes.
He's clearing his mind. And he just found them dropping in, and then he got that opportunity. So let's listen though to the interview from Bigatron Esports on how they made that work.
Thank you, casters. Second booyah of the day for Bigatron Esports.
Terima kasih.
That was truly unbelievable. I am here with Azrael, man of the hour. The man who surprisingly managed to secure a second booyah for his team. Hi Azrael.
Halo.
Wah, aku nggak percaya banget sih nonton match tadi. Kalau boleh jujur, dan aku harus minta maaf dulu. Aku tadi agak meragukan, ya nggak jadi booyah, nggak jadi kerja nih gue kayaknya. Karena tinggal tersisa satu orang.
Benar.
Tapi ternyata kamu masih bisa bertahan sampai akhir. Apa yang ada di pikiran kamu pada saat kamu udah tersisa sendirian? Udah gitu kamu ngelihat juga posisinya tim yang lain masih sama-sama full 4 orang di dalam masing-masing tim. Apa yang kamu pikirin?
Mungkin yang aku pikirin ya mungkin orang juga ada pernah ngeraguin aku lah di aku sendiri kan. Tapi gimana caranya aku ngadepin dengan tenang dan aku yakin bisa ngebuktiin ke orang aku bisa booyah.
I asked him what was running through his mind when he was literally the last person from Bigatron that is left on the game. And what does it feel like to see the other team still have 4 players and still going against each other? But he said that he knows that some people might doubt him, but he will try his best, and he did try his best to prove that he can still secure an booyah, and that's exactly what he did. This actually proves that the game isn't just about strength or weaponry, but it's also about patience and brilliance, and of course, his excellency. Kamu pinter banget tadi sebenarnya. Ada gak sih teman-teman di sebelah kamu, teammates yang lain yang juga ngasih saran kayak coba lu kesini, atau memang pure you were the decision maker? Who was exactly the shot caller? Did you get any advice from your teammates?
Mungkin saran dari temen ya tenangin terus juga ngambil posisi yang paling enak sih. Karena mikirnya ya dia perang aja gitu.
Iya, bener.
Dia perang, kita ngambil kesempatan. Aku ngambil kesempatan.
Karena emang kaget banget tiba-tiba dia udah di atas, udah naik ke atas ya. I asked him who was the shot caller. Did any of his friends help him with the decision of going and taking the higher ground? And he said that a lot of his friends were trying to calm him down, and that really helps him to decide whether or not he should join the war. He decided to take the higher ground and to just wait it out, and that exactly how it works. That's exactly how they got the second booyah. Ada yang mau disampaikan buat 2 tim tadi yang mungkin aku yakin banget ya dalam hatinya tuh mereka udah yakin banget booyah bakal jadi punya mereka kalau ngelihat gimana mereka masih full team gitu kan. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other 2 teams that still have 4 players both on their team but still manage to lose the chance to win this game to you?
Ya intinya aku cuma mau ngucapin makasih ya, kalian capek-capek perang, aku cuma sibuk main gitar aja di atas.
So what he's saying is thank you for going to war against one another, and thank you for letting me use my medkit and secure the booyah by only using the medkit. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Azrael from Bigatron Esports. What amazing gameplay. Congratulations once again. We're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Okay, so Neptune. I love the fact that his teammates did their best to calm Azrael down, because I think to make a decision like that, you need mental clarity. He doesn't have time to meditate, okay? He needs to make that split-second decision. I promise you, if I was his teammate, they would not make that decision because that would make the situation worse. But truly, it makes me think there must have been another time in Azriel's career that he was put in the exact same position. And to think like that, the average person would not think to go up onto the high ground to potentially try and outlast their opponents. So, moment of genius, a brilliant move coming out from Azriel, and really proving to a lot of these other teams, like sometimes you have to play unconventionally to survive. It doesn't matter if you're down to your final player. If your final player just respawned and has no items, you need to get creative, and you're going to be rewarded with placement points if you can get creative just using whatever assets available are to you to win these games. And because of Azriel, he has scored extra points for Bigatron to close that gap between Bigatron and VP. That is the ultimate goal after this matchup, right? Because we were all looking at VP. This was the team to beat. You have to score 20 points to catch up to them. And heaven forbid, you have to score enough points to overtake what points VP are scoring as well to overtake them. So now, after round 4, I'm kind of wondering, how small is this gap now?
It will be very, very small, because I don't think VP had a lot of elimination, even placement at this point. But we'll have to see later on the standings. Right now, Azriel really has been helped in that fight, not only with the brilliance, as he did mention, but also with the support of the teammates. Not only did he survive, he grabbed 7 elimination overall, 3,304 damage, and in the we add up all the points that they have in terms of elimination, that will be 13, making it 25. It's close to what they need to go against VP for the #1 spot.
So that gap is closing, and we still have 2 more games to go.
Yeah.
Neptune. It's a very scary moment here. We're going to be seeing the total points as well. I want to see the leaderboard, because I think for some of us, me in particular, unless I see the leaderboard, it's really hard to process how big some of these plays really are. But truly, MVP to Azriel, if I was Bigatron, let's say Bigatron today, they make it to the next stage because of Azriel's play, take this man to dinner. Take this man to dinner. Order him whatever he wants. If he wants that steak, you buy him that steak. He deserves it after that play. But I also have to say, that was a very memorable play. Incredible stuff.
Oh, incredible.
Bigatron, 25 points. Oh, what a round.
It's not only that. Imagine looking at GOW and Team Heavy. They did grab that 2nd and 3rd place, but they put in a lot of work in getting elimination. Even Team Flash, as we see it, and the 3 Vietnamese teams right now putting all those work just to make sure that they can catch up and try their best to be the #1 spot by the end of the day. But judging from this point forward, it will be an easy rolling right now for BTR to get to that #1, because it is down to just 3 points difference.
All it took was 1 round to turn a 20-point lead to 3 points. Neptune, it's starting to get spicy in here. It's getting hot in here. And if I was VP, I would be sweating bullets, because you would have thought you would at least be able to kind of relax for the next 2 games. You only get 1.
You know why
So-
this gets interesting? Because
It is extremely interesting.
Yeah, BTR is very close to that #1 spot, and we are jumping in next on Solara. And judging from the numbers, they are topping that board in that
It's
map.
the X Factor. I told you, it's the X Factor map. This map is going to decide everything for these teams. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe the games that we are seeing today. The fight for the top, the teams that are competing up there, the storyline that's happened today, I have to say, I am impressed.
Definitely, I mean, the expectation has been broken as to who will be the top team and who might be taking that #1 spot by the end of the day. But we're just ending match number 4. We still have 2 more matches left in this day. We have Solara and we have Purgatory, and we are still looking forward to who's taking that #1 spot. Probably against VP, probably against BTR if they manage to get it. Is Evo's Divine in the running for that end of the day of final slot for that grand finals? There's still a lot of questions that needs to be answered right now. but we need to slow it down a little bit, Natalie, because there's a few more that will be happening, and I'm pretty sure the fans out there are waiting. We have to go for a quick break. When we return, continuation of this day for this final. Let's go.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams. Knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. And big shout out to Red Bull official energy drink of FFWS Southeast Asia 2025. Both the spring and fall, their new energy sparkling line is perfect for the players as well as the fans. It's very crisp, fruity, and this is a chance for you to grab yours today because our hashtag for Red Bull right now is Get a Taste for More.
Get a taste for more booyahs. I think we have to edit that hashtag because that's the point of wanting to drink those energy drinks. Look, I truly think some of these drinks are working for these teams because some of our teams competing today are playing on overtime. They're doing brilliantly. They are on fire, and I hope that fire does not end because we still have 2 more games to go. But I think the most exciting one for me today has to be this next one, Solara.
Right.
It's a brand new map that very few teams are very comfortable with, that I think a lot of unknown factors are still there. As in, again, I've said this before, there are going to be hiding spots that no one is thinking about. There are going to be elevations that teams are not going to be aware of. So it's really a test for these teams to figure out how much do you know, and do you know enough to be able to play on Solara, or have you come underprepared? Because there's no book out there that's going to say, you need to know all these things to master Solara. It's like that.
There might be a few that will point out where the best hiding spot is, but for the pro
There's
players,
no best hiding spot yet. It's too soon, Neptune. It's too soon.
No, I mean, they're doing the grind, especially when we look at them from the previous week. It was introduced for one day, and a lot of teams are already doing so well using that slide rail in Solara. That's a new feature that, well, a few fans might be loving it, especially players out there, but with a chance to get away that quickly, even faster than I would say the zip line, it is tough really to tell if this is a game changer. But speaking of game changer, this might be the ones that Bigatron Esports is waiting for, because they're very, very close on that #1 spot, only 3 points below VP, and they're #1 in this map.
They might be #1 on this map, but I think the trend today has been whoever's #1 on the map, they haven't really done that well on a particular map, or they're not the ones to get the booyah. So I'm a bit worried that Bigatron, they had a fantastic Kalahari, but I'm scared they're going to be jinxed beating this team on Solara. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't trust the stats on Solara, because we only had, what, 1 week of Solara gameplay? So this is our 2nd week of Solara. So I think anything can really happen in this upcoming game. So
Agreed.
I'm just excited to see what these teams have up their sleeve, what they've learnt, what are they going to be showing us in this game, because I feel like we're going to learn something in this upcoming match.
Definitely. And a team that we are looking forward to, not only Bigatron Esports, but also Team Heavy. We have been talking about this and before or on the break, that they've been consistent in getting 2 digits in every game compared to BTR. Yes, they grabbed 2 booyahs, but the first booyah that they had is in Alpine, and then they got nothing on the next map. So if the trend continues, if the curse continues, they might bomb out right now, and then Heavy will be the ones moving up. So let's see if that
Stop
happens.
cursing!
I'm just saying the fact, stating the facts right now based on the numbers, but it's them to break that.
Well, it's time to bring it, because we are ready to fly into Solara, folks. It is our 2nd week running the brand new map. Who is going to dominate it, and who is going to potentially grab this booyah, because it can go to anybody. And it looks like we're going to have a direct left to right flight path. Nothing too crazy. Let's see where these teams drop, and let's see if we're going to be seeing some early game hot drop in action.
Told you, in terms of flight path, it will be quite fair to everyone. But
The
so
Neptune
far,
curse is very strong. Apparently it's offsetting my lopsided curse.
which is a good thing. Which is a good thing for everyone.
It is
right
probably,
here.
I think the teams appreciate it. They do not appreciate it when I'm casting. I'm going to say that. So.
Virtus Pro right now, who is heading in a little bit too early. No contentions right there. But speaking of contention, Team Flash onto Windmill, who is chasing against Visaka Sriwijaya. And Visaka Sriwijaya, a team that is, trying to do their best. No booyahs that so much of a booyah, but they're still in the middle of the pack when it comes to the day standing. So let's see if they can change it right here, especially if they can take down Team Flash.
It would be a pretty big achievement if they can get rid of Flash, because I feel like that would really open up the map for VSJ, depending on where they really want to go at this point, right? But First Blood, though, is going to go in the way of GOW. So already off to a very quick start for God of Wolf.
So it seems like they are in funfair for God of Wolf, because they are in between the Sriwijaya, or just next to Team Flash, below Visaka Sriwijaya. So that prompted Team Flash to move away. They don't want to go for an engagement, losing one of their teammates. And this is what I'm talking about, the slide rails that makes you move a little bit faster, but hopefully they will make it work as well, because in terms of real estate, everything is quite far from each other. Thus, it's difficult to really loot up. But Joel will try to go Marceline just to avoid the shots from Yanbin.
Oh boy, Yanbin. He is expecting a unwelcome guest in this compound, but he's going to be able to get out in time. No shots connecting at this point in time, though, but it looks like Yanbin, if he wins this 2v1, it will be massive for him, but no, Obey is gonna grab him, so that's gonna be enough to finish him off. And Joel gonna stick with his teammate. Demon can only really look on, but it looks like he's just gonna have to give himself away as well. So J, 2 free eliminations thanks to GOW.
So I guess Team Flash will be out of the woods, and it's GOW who will be in trouble right now. Besaka Sriwijaya, I guess they have plenty of time to be able to loot up 20 seconds on the clock, and they're very, very close on the next phase of the circle. But for the rest of the teams, WAG, they don't have so much of contention, or I guess they might have, thus they move a little bit too early into Archway. This is part of the middle of the map and anticipation to where it is closing, but they might be meeting up with Bigatron Esports that easily, who will be using that slide rail probably to get in between Archway as well as TV Tower. But there goes the hit. X4 for the takedown against Koja.
Oh boy, that's a pretty big pickoff actually. WAG, after that pickoff, they're looking really confident. If they challenge Bigatron, this could be disastrous because they are at a numbers disadvantage. They're on the second floor though, so it might not be too bad. But look at this though, WAG, they're attracting attention. Heavy is here. They also have Flash coming in hot as well, but looks like Bigatron, they get out in time. But WAG, are they ready to potentially welcome a new guest to the vicinity in the name of Heavy?
Heavy is a top contender as well for the #1 spot, but will this be a chance for them to really got all those points? Kabi is stuck and smoking right now, especially with the pressure that's being brought in by WAG. So now, because they split up, they don't know, or they can't decide where to head, and it's a good thing they didn't jump in onto this part where Get Nice is, because BTR is chasing them binoculars to spot 2 of the players right here, and here comes Koja a little bit for up close and personal encounter.
Alright, Bigatron already flexing their stats on this map, trying to look for these very early quick eliminations, and this could pay off too, because a lot of the teams I feel,
Whoop.
I'm not sure about you Neptune, but I feel like everyone else is playing really passively. No one's really putting themselves out there to try and go for these early eliminations. It's really just Bigatron.
Yeah, Bigatron Esports, probably they worked so hard to study this map. Thus, from the first week, they were able to top the board, and now they want to maintain that. That Mufasa will try to get away. Slide rail saves him, and he moved faster than Kyong. Even with that M249, he won't be able to make any hits. So TV Tower right now, scanned with the binoculars and no one in place. And I think BTR can stay here for the longest time because it's still part of the middle of this next map.
Yeah, it's the middle. They're really not forced to change at all. Onyx, though, looking to try and grab some eliminations themselves, looking to finish off Kabi, who's all alone. And yeah, there's only really so much Kabi's going to be able to do, so just dodge. Or maybe look, I'm not quite sure what he really wants to do there, but gives himself away, and that's going to be an elim to Onyx. But look at this, though. Onyx running right into EVOS. But keep in mind, EVOS, they are this team. It's not fully running in 2v2 formations, but they're going to be starting with Kochiel, who tries to take out Crime from MKS, but nothing connects. And EVOS, ooh, positioning, they're actually trying to wrap themselves around Onyx.
Yeah, let's see if this will work for them. Aim God being chased and takedown not happening just yet. M590, Riptide rhythm onto them to clear that glue wall, and Rasia goes down. Kochiel will try to go against Adam as well, but Prime MKS has been revived, and Adam will be eliminated. Evo's Divine dominating 3 of the players out of 4 from Onyx. Olympus onto the other side. BTR is making work on a Virtus Pro at this point, or PE Sports rather, that they take down.
It's going to be one team down. Bigatron, though, looking very wounded here. Koja, less than half health, and Kyong looking to try and grab a heal himself. Dix is going to be brought back, though, thanks to Koja. So Bigatron, they aren't out of the woods yet, but they are slowly recovering. But if VP come in, they could shut this comeback down for Bigatron. Oh, Koja's gone down. Kyong does launch himself away, but oh, Bigatron, if they got caught out by VP, that would have been a huge leg up for VP to re-establish their place on top of that leaderboard.
Well, speaking of reestablishing, Onyx Olympus having trouble to reestablish their team at this point. Revival has been done in Crime MKS, and Adam and Team Flash is just rushing in AC80 from ABCD to finish him off. But for WAG, they are the ones who will be challenging Virtus Pro after Bigatron Esports moved away from Casa Vista. Now let's see if the two or the three players from WAG can fight back a full squad, because X4 is quite far though. Ice grenade on them, making them spread out, and I don't think there's so much opening for WAG to get away from Virtus Pro, so they have to fight.
They're throwing down the melters as well, just so that WAG can't throw down those blue walls. Alan going to be caught on that staircase. Cyrus does fall down to that ground floor, but Krillin's been caught, and VP hunting AG down, warning them, you dare, you dare, don't dare. Oh man, that went so badly for WAG, and they were the ones positioning themselves to try and flush out VP.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough though, especially with X4 far away from the rest of the team. There's not so much of firepower, but that's the strength of X4. It's more of a sniper who really needs that distance, and it was just Virtus Pro too aggressive. But let's see if AG Global can use their advantage from that long range to go against the three players from Team Vamos, because the Axel is already flanked away, and initially the attention of AG Global is onto him, so that flank might have saved him, but no! There goes too fast, going down too fast. It's West right now. Backstab is meant to happen as Cypher jumps in. D-Axel, the ones who has been a distraction, will be in trouble. The only one remaining, will he survive? I don't think so. It's a full squad running on you.
Yep, they catch him out. That's going to be it for Vamos. 11th place for the team, unfortunately. But for AG Global, picking up some much-needed points. And it looks like Onyx caught with their pants down. It is Crime MKS, all on his lonesome, being chased down by VSJ. Onyx cannot find their footing in this game. They're just being picked left, right, and center. We see Adrian in the distance just trying to find out, okay, how am I going to salvage this game for my team? Because we are in a really awkward spot.
Let's see if they can get away from that awkward spot. But right now, Eva's Divide will try to beat down Team Flash. Divide and Conquer has been done already. Death managed to survive, but it's much easier with the rest of the teams to break down those glue walls, especially with the Riptide Rhythm. And here comes Aim God taking aim on Death. The Ray has gone down. There's still a huge chance for them to get him back up, as well as eliminate the remaining players of Team Flash. Oh, the shot! Racia right there. And there goes Team Flash out for the count.
That was delicious. Well done. EVOS, 7 eliminations. We've got 3 players. Okay, they're down 1 player, but look, I think this game is looking a little bit promising here for EVOS fans, because they are desperately hoping that EVOS is going to make a comeback happen, and they have to make it happen in these next 2 games. So progress is being made, but EVOS, they've still got a lot of work to do. Speaking of work though, looks like Heavy put into a very desperate situation up against AG. You've got Dew lobbying grenades from a distance. You've got Chinoy as well as Cypher keeping Heavy within that compound, and we got Bard in the back line as well, just waiting to try and pop some heads. Heavy, looks like they're going to leave their compound and maybe run into AG themselves. They're going to challenge them. They don't want to be on the back foot themselves, but they just can't find anybody.
Can't find any openings as well against Team Heavy. So this back and forth might be trouble later on, because God of Wolf will be very, very close. And you know how it is. At this close of a competition towards the end of this phase of the circle, there will be third party who will be unsuspecting that will be rushing in against all those who are engaging. But AG Global back away. Chinoy, I guess they want to make sure that they don't have an open area to be spotted, and Cypher will try to break down all these blue walls to take down on that. And Heavy is feeling so heavy damage on them. Do taken out though, but Heavy is now out on the 9th place.
Yeah, they just could not get out. You have to say props to AG. They did a really good job at just keeping that pressure going. But AG, they're not alone here. They still got GOW. outside of that compound. It looks like they actually managed to clip one of the players, Cypher, on the ground. It has to be picked up and it is successfully done so. GOW trying to come in from the other side, but they don't successfully get that backstab. Barros has been caught and is eliminated though. Cypher will be brought back on the side of GOW, and it looks like looks like WAG on the other end of the map gonna be eliminated, but Chinoi, last player for AG, is gonna be hunted down by the Wolves. GOW coming out on top in that skirmish, sitting on 7 eliminations now, and we have 6 teams remaining, Neptune.
6 teams remaining, 7 elimination already taken by the God of Wolf. Let's see who's the next target to be hunted. There goes a shot. Razia! You know how it is, a wonder kid, especially if we have both AWM as well as MA2B. He's just switching it around, not even waiting for that reload to happen, and he managed to hit it. Regardless of where you are, how you're moving, Razia will have you on his crosshairs and pull a trigger.
I'm glad this man is given a chance to actually play the game now, because I feel like all game EVOS have just not been given any control. But now that Razia has actually been able to play his own game, this is some great news here for EVOS, but they've got to keep it up here. Bigatron, everything is going to come down to Dix, but look at this though, Dix going to be picked off thanks to Razia. We do still have Koja here for Bigatron, but this is going to be a really heavy game for them. They're going to have to play that game of survival. EVOS, 9 eliminations, looking fantastic. Looking to catch more here because look at this VSJ out in the open on that high ground. Look, all it takes is for Razia to get a couple of those connections and EVOS might be able to break through. But look at this though, Neptune. The biggest battle, I think, for EVOS has got to be VP. They have to get rid of their biggest rival right now if they want to have a chance at climbing that leaderboard.
The thing is, before they get to VP, they need to deal with Bisaka Sriwijaya, and they're out in the open. Only Hill that will help them. Now the blue walls has been popped off. But on the other side, Bigatron out for the count. GOW made work of them, and now they're jumping in this format, in this battle. Bisaka Sriwijaya has been taken down. Evo Divine will be looking for that #1 spot, but let's see if they can take down GOW at this point. And the flank is coming from VP. Oh my goodness, the pinch! How will they make this work?
The ideal situation here for EVOS to get the booyah and to close that gap at the top is for GOW to fight into VP, and that is what is happening now. Now the question is it just going to be a battle between these two teams, or will EVOS come in as a third party? It looks like they're going to hold their horses and let GOW and VP settle the score before they decide to step in and battle themselves. Diando can't quite find a way into this, but he gets clipped from the high ground, doesn't even get a chance to play the game. Demon, kind of there, Miss Frock. He wants to play. He says, Demon, I want to deal with you right now, but instead he's losing health himself.
Evo's Divine coming for a payback. They have him brought down to a top 5 on this day, and this might be it. Evo's Divine, only 2 players remaining. Todd has been spotted praying into the corner and just have to deal with one, and they do so. Evo's Divine for that booyah.
19 eliminations at the end of that game. 19 points plus 12. Neptune, is EVOS back?
Oh, sure hope so. Hope so. Because like they have been pushed down in there in the top 5 of today's standing, and a lot of teams has been taking their spot in their the potential spot in the #1. So this is where we expect VTR to really bring it on in terms of numbers to go against VP, but even VP are falling because of the position that they have and as well as the decision that they made on that final circle. So it's tough luck definitely for the top 2 teams, but EVOs are just here to bring the numbers and make sure that they get the booyah as well, and they did so because they bought their time, not really going in for a third party or not really going in for that triple team skirmish.
This next game, it's Purgatory, in case anybody is wondering. This map of Purgatory is about to be the game-deciding map for our team that is going to advance out of this group. It is that close, Neptune. I can feel it in my bones. It is so close. And it's all because of that game on the new map. Oh, EVOS. I can't believe this team. I had doubts. I had doubts for such a long time. I mean, after seeing them have a really rough 4 games, it's really hard to get back behind EVOS, but they've done it. My confidence is coming back. Game 6, I think it's really just going to have to come down to whether or not they can keep it up and whether either EVOS get rid of VP and Bigatron or vice versa for the other 2 teams. They've got to get rid of their biggest contenders.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Evo's Divine had put in a lot of numbers in that Solara map, but I don't think VP slowed down as well because they felt that VP are very close against them because they need to do more work. So let's listen though to what Evo's Divine has to say in interviews. So let's welcome back Evo's Divine as well as Conchita Caroline.
Okay, thank you casters and survivors. That was the 5th game of the night and the booyah goes to EVOS Divine. I'm here with Ray. We're gonna have a bit of a talk as per usual. Halo Ray.
Halo.
Ini perasaan aku aja atau kamu kelihatan agak lebih sedikit nervous hari ini? Is it just me or are you looking slightly more nervous tonight?
Nervous sih karena 4 game kita awal nggak maksimal.
Oh, okay. So he is feeling nervous because he feels like EVOS Divine weren't giving their maximum best when it comes to the first 4 matches. Apa yang menjadi kesulitan di 4 match sebelumnya? Karena sebenarnya kita expect EVOS tuh bisa booyah lebih cepet nih sebelum game kelima. What are the difficulties that you guys have to face when it comes to the first 4 matches? Because we were expecting you guys to get a booyah before the 5th game actually.
Mungkin karena kita suka ngelupain hal-hal kecil yang padahal itu bisa impact-nya besar di in-game.
Contohnya?
Mungkin vision.
Okay. So basically what he's saying is that the team is still somehow forgetting the small details or the small things that could have a huge impact on the game itself. One of the example was the vision. Oke, jadi ternyata alasannya masih suka ada hal-hal kecil yang ketinggalan gitu kan. Tapi ini sepertinya sudah bisa di-resolve nih di match kelima. Kita masih punya 1 game lagi, masih ada 1 match lagi. Apakah kalian sudah menemukan bisa dikatakan performa nyaman untuk bisa all out lagi di game selanjutnya? Are you guys have you guys found the rhythm that you guys have been searching for in the first 4 matches and are you sure you can manage to get another booyah on the second game?
Mungkin kita harusnya bisa lebih maksimal karena di game ini kan kita booyah. Jadi game selanjutnya mungkin bisa nge-boost mental lah.
Ritmenya udah ketemu gitu ya. Okay, so he's pretty sure that since he got the booyah on the 5th game, they can be better, they can show better, they can play better in the 6th game and that's just what we have to just wait and see. Baik, terima kasih banyak Ray, congratulations. Good luck. Tinggal 1 pertandingan lagi. We only have 1 game and so far Indonesia has managed to secure 3 booyahs out of 5 matches, 2 for Bigatron and 1 for EVOS Divine. We're gonna go back to the casters now. Take it away, casters.
All right, folks, it has all come down to our final map. It is so close. The gap between these teams is incredibly slim. And only one of these teams is going to make it out of the bracket. And everyone else is going to have to keep on playing. Because they have to earn their spot. Neptune.
Yeah.
How small is this gap? Have you put the numbers together actually?
Yep. I mean, it's a good thing that VP has managed to do so much in terms of points from the previous round. They did get 18 points. So despite of EVO's getting a lot, 30 plus in terms of that
31,
booyah.
I think.
31, yep. There's still a 12-point gap between them. And I don't think VP will be letting that go easily. They might have gotten away from that streak of the top 3, but they're still putting in the numbers.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It is. I mean, it's good to see EVOS are back. I think that's the thing that everyone was kind of wondering today. Yeah. Is EVOS just completely lost it? Or was there a chance that they were going to be able to come back? And I think this was just a really good example that the team was never really gone, but maybe something has happened internally. I think sometimes it can also really come down to luck, whether you get the loot that you're looking for, or maybe you just have one bad skirmish in one game. Right? It happens, right? Like you could be the better team, but maybe someone makes the wrong move. The opponent has a really creative approach to the fight, and you just kind of lose it from there on. And maybe you're trying to revive your teammates, and you think you're okay, but all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, my reviving teammates are gone. They got eliminated mid-air. Guys, where are we? Oh, we're eliminated. Oh, okay. Oops. It happens, right? It happens.
Yeah. It happens, especially if you have a sniper like Rasia right here. And looking at team stats, Rasia is a sniper at this point, but he's just wearing that iris. The wall brawl really gets more information, and this is a different approach in terms of active skill. We have Iris for the sniper, and then Ray will be getting or using that Skylar. So he might not be a sniper, he might not have or need that opening, but he can bring that opening to Rasia. Thus, I guess at this point, it's a different approach overall on how they got that booyah.
Yeah. So do you really think that maybe Rasia is just the key to victory for EVOS? That if Rasia can have a good game and he's able to sort of do what he's supposed to do, right? Just pop heads, do that damage, that the game, in theory, should go in favor of EVOS. Because prior to this, right, we saw nothing from Rasia because the team was constantly being attacked. He had no opportunity to really do what he wanted to do.
It seems like it. Rasia earlier has been, or from the previous map, he's just been on a revival spree. And the priority, though, on bringing Rasia back, I think that's where it's coming from. So confidence is all on how Rasia will be doing as a sniper, not only in the damage, not only in the elimination, but also in that information gameplay. So that's one thing, though. The dependency on Rasia is so much, and hopefully it doesn't happen too often, because if in case Rasia goes down, especially in the final circle, it will be tough for the team. But not right now, because they did get 31 points, GOW with 20 points, and VP with 18. And as we mentioned, the gap was very, very close, but VP is trying their best to increase that and then not let it go.
And it looks like this is what we're going to be working with here, Neptune, for our final round. So VP, they still cling on to first place, this time with 88 points. But EVOS, they managed to secure themselves second place after that previous round with 76 points. Bigatron is still close behind with 75 as well, so just a point difference between these two teams. But I don't think you can feel 100% confident as VP. Yeah. You still need to perform really well for this last game to secure your place at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. So I think if you're a VP fan, if you're going to send energy to this team, you need to remind them it's not over. Don't get lazy. It is not over.
There's one thing, though. I mean, it's a lot of pressure as well, especially if everything is on the line, or the day is on the line and it's up to one game. So hopefully they don't feel the pressure, but I'm expecting that VP right now will not be that aggressive. They will slow it down, similar to what we've seen in some of the maps right here. But it will be a good potential for them to secure their spot on that final circle. And once they do, that's sure for the 12 points, especially if they grab the booyah, and if they get those numbers as well towards that final circle to increase the gap against EVOS Divine, then they will surely get that spot on the grand finals. But EVOS Divine, they're still prime. They are getting it close, and again, hopefully they get away from that dependency from Rasia, because it doesn't look good if only one will be performing to make sure the team wins.
Yeah, it's a very risky play style, actually, to have a team so dependent on one player. So we'll have to see. You know, maybe there is something else that EVOS can kind of pull out. They just got to adjust the way that they kind of maybe prioritize their teammates and whatnot. I want to know what the stats are, though, for Purgatory. Like, who is considered the favorite team to win on this map? And we're going to see it in just a second. It is AG Global. So statistically speaking, AG Global is supposed to be the favorite to win, followed by Vibe. Actually, bit of a shocker, because none of the teams up here are the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Right, exactly. I mean, AG Global is expected, though, to really perform, but it's not showing that much. VP, I was really wondering if it's AG Global or VP. But in terms of game style, VP didn't show that much in phase 1, and it's quite average as well, like when we compute the average score. So on phase 2 from the first 3 days. So it's quite surprising as well that VP is moving up right now because they really want to get to grand finals. They really want to get that rest. And I guess there's no more waiting, Natalie. We are jumping into purgatory.
We're doing it, folks. We are doing it. It's our last game for the evening, and we're going to be ending things on Purgatory. And I think we're kind of wondering, how's this grand finale going to end? Is it going to be a nice, gentle one where we have a regular circle? Or, I'm always going to mention this, is it going to be a water circle? Because that would be a crazy ending for what could be a really crazy night of Free Fire. And look at this, the circle, it's not quite dead center, it's a little lopsided. So for anyone that is probably heading towards Crossroad, Moat House, you're gonna have to walk a little bit. Marble Works as well. So we'll have to see what happens here. But so far, we could be seeing a potential hot drop here. EVOS and Flash dropping very close to one another here in the central area of this game. I saw PE Sports considering it. They had sent one of their players there, so maybe just to kind of scout things out and be a bit of a nuisance.
And this is what happens to a nuisance, being gunned down, and that is what Ray is showing right now.
That's what you get.
I mean, don't be annoying.
Dang.
You're annoying as right now. And you know how, like, Evo's Divine, I guess their nerves are on full level at this point. A lot is on the at risk at this point. If they really want it, they will need to survive further. But speaking of surviving, VP right now that we were expecting to be the ones who will maintain that #1 spot is being challenged by BTR. They know, BTR knows that the Moat House is where Virtus Pro is running right now, and Kyung is just playing with them on that zipline. He's just going back and forth, but it's a good thing he managed to survive.
I'm actually kind of curious to know, like, what's the play here for Bigatron? Because it kind of feels like, is this targeted play by Bigatron to chase down VP? Because if that works out, it would be a genius play for Bigatron to basically eliminate their biggest rival in this game. Like, let's be realistic, okay? Everybody's rival. So you kind of need to get rid of them to give yourself a good chance at scoring points to push yourself up high on that leaderboard. We'll have to check out what happens later for VP and Bigatron. We are flashing on over to Flash here, who has maybe, I don't think they actually caught sight of Lao Ho, so this will be Lao Ho spotting Flash running down the hill here. Interesting information, but they do spot him and they do start shooting him down. Guns on the side of VSJ, going to be caught out there.
And the pickup will be done. Joe will right now for that recovery. Demon has been spotted as well. Obey will try to go in for the flank, while the rest of the team will try to for the push. And there's no saving for that very, very small cover for Demon. Lao Ho will be revived. Best day right now will try to go in against Ton, but I think Ton hasn't revived Demon just yet, but finally he does. The glue wall's still up, and Cardu putting a lot of pressure on Ton right now, and there goes M590 hit on GOW.
Bit of an awkward engagement here between our two teams of green logos. Who has the better logo? We're going to find out in just a second here, because we have Yanbin going up onto the high ground here. Joel's trying to snipe him down, but so far has not been successful. Yanbin throwing down the glue wall melter, so Joel actually can't use a glue wall to try and hide behind. He's going to try and chase down Yanbin. He's getting closer, but Joel is losing health. Very, very low, 28 health points, but he gets caught by Yanbin, so that's going to be it for him. He does get pulled back though by Obey, so the team's still going to be 4-man strong. But Gardu going to pick up his teammate. They're going to drive on out of there. Really awkward fight coming out from GAW and VSJ. It's like they're both afraid to finish the job and overcommit.
Yeah, I mean, they're dividing everyone else, trying to go in one at a time. They don't want to go in for a team battle just yet, especially if they spot one straggling from the far end. But Obey right now, well, needs to focus more of probably pulling away, because even one of the teammates who's still alive is low on HP. But speaking of HP, Vamos right now is trying to recover all those HP hit from Heavy. But it's only 2 players that we're looking at. The flank might not be working right now, or the long flank will not be working, especially from this guy. I think it's Too Fast, who is far away from the rest of Vamos. And well, Vamos has, or Heavy rather, has been flushed away from the arsenal.
Yeah, they've been chased away. They're hiding behind their glue walls, and it looks like for Heavy, they know they can't leave because if they try to leave, they're going to get picked off. So Vamos, they're going to have to fight into Heavy full on, and they have to get rid of them too because remember, I think Heavy is also a top contender. Vamos, no, Jun and Zeus straight away get picked off. Next to drop is Too Fast, and now it's just the Axel all on his own. He's got 800 coins, but doesn't really matter. Fighting into Mufasa. But that's going to be it for Vamos Sayonara. And that's going to be 4 points to Heavy. I want to sort of bring up Heavy because I don't think Heavy is... Oh, actually, no. I think they might be too far, actually, in terms of points because they are at 65 points and VP is 88. Okay, so I was going to give Heavy a chance, but too far.
Double kill.
We'll have to see though if VP doesn't do that much in terms of points. We're talking about 23 point difference, and if they continue on the onslaught that they can bring not only to Vamos but the rest of the teams, they might be able to get at least 30 points in this game. But for VP, they're making it work. They want to make sure that they have the points to defend their #1 spot. And regardless who it is, up close and personal or far away, they have the weaponry as well as the player to deal with. But speaking of player to deal with, Obey right now trying to get away from Ton, who's dealing with him. But no shots, all recovery, all the rescue mission to make sure that 2 of their players will be brought back.
And it looks like they're going to give up on the chase as well. So Visjay and GOW going to end their skirmish with 2 players left each. Oh, it's actually been a while since we've seen Onyx, but very, very quiet game for this team. But they could potentially run into Flash. That's probably not the best team to run into either because they are currently our kill leaders with 7 eliminations to their name. So a decked out team. I have to say though, for Onyx, it's been a really tough game, a really tough day for Onyx. They've actually finished round 5 with 41 points altogether. Haven't really had much of an opportunity to secure any booyahs and not really had a meaningful day in terms of elimination either. So this could just be some more food, I suppose, for some of these teams. If Onyx is kind of sticking around. But I would love to see them be an X factor and maybe even remove one of our top teams. Just as a surprise, you know, you gotta spice things up a little bit in these games.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've done that, or they tried to do that from the previous week when they were introduced to Phase 2. But it's like, it was tough, especially with a lot of top dogs still in the contention. But for Onyx Olympus right now, yes, they did get that 1 elimination, but Crime MKS has been taken down. So Team Flash, despite of their position and aggression as well, 7 elimination at this point of this match, most of the time they fall down quickly in the middle part of the game, in mid-game, and unable to survive towards the late game. So hopefully they can change their approach and probably deal more damage later on.
Ray, can he get anything? I just can't get the connections.
Whoop.
If Evos are able to get these elims, it would be great, but they just can't find anything. So Evos sent real again. This is the round Evos need to pop off, Neptune. They need to pop off. Do we know how many points DP have right now? Or they have 4 points?
So VP has 4,
So here's what I'm kind of feeling about this game, right? As long as VP have more eliminations than Evos have no chance of overtaking. Evos need to probably double the eliminations VP has in the game, plus grab that booyah to feel comfortable in this game to potentially overtake them as that first place team. So something's gonna give for Evos. We'll have to see later on if they can do it though, because AG, this is the team that is supposedly the favorite to win this round, but very quiet game for AG as well. They haven't been eliminated, so no revivals on them yet, but they've only picked up their first elim now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they continue. Because it's tough for AG Global right now. It's really tough. Like, we were expecting them to pop off. They did at some point from Phase 1, even from early parts of Phase 2, but there's no consistency. Like, they do it for 1 game and then they bomb out for 2 or 3. That's why it's very tough. It's a good thing though that they managed to get into the top 12 by the end of Phase 2, but it's still not showing unless they're waiting for probably the final days of the knockout stage, but it's very risky. If you have the potential, if you have the firepower to do so, why not do it early and then just wait it out, study the opponent, find out different ways that you can win grand finals. But at this point, I think there's more to it than just how they were before. It's more. I think there's a lot more that AG really needs to do to get back on track.
And Diam just wanted to heal himself up, but Flash is like, nope, we want this elimination. Flash on fire this game. 10 eliminations so far, and 10 minutes into the game. That's 1 elimination per minute at the moment. Bigatron, though, running into a skirmish themselves. So far, picking up 2 eliminations to their name, trying to find some more, and they're also getting rid of Heavy. So that's going to be a big one here for Bigatron. 5 points to their name, and also getting rid of a potential team that could cause them issues later on. Onyx, in the meantime, though, going to go for a bit of a fight themselves with PE Sports.
Esports right now is trying to defend themselves in this area. Monster Truck, well, it has been here earlier and hasn't moved as well. It is a good cover for them if in case they want to rush in against Onyx Olympus. Adrian, though, is down, unable to be picked up. And here comes Adam being shot at from afar. I don't think it is much of a winning for Onyx Olympus right now, so they have to be careful. All they have to do is wait, but as you can see, Evo's Divine is also getting close, so it spells more trouble not only for PE Sports but also for Onyx Olympus, especially if they get scanned with that coda. So looking in Overwatch, Evo's Divine not really going in hot, especially as they have no eliminations yet.
Oh man, Evos. It's kind of painful to see this team have no elims because those element moment are going to be the key to them stealing away that first place from VP. And we know VP already have eliminations to their name. Looks like in the meantime though, AG Global and Flash are going to be starting a skirmish amongst themselves, but Flash are split apart. Immediately going to be able to drop one of the players. That's going to be Hog on down. They catch out Zom as well. AG looking too powerful in this fight, and that's going to be it for Flash. They are out of the round, and this pushes AG Global's elimination score up to 5.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, Team Flash is doing so much in terms of elimination. Flashy indeed. In Kalahari, they have 11 elimination, but not so much in placement point. And now I think they were 10, if not more, before they got eliminated. But it's survivability that they need to work in. That's the dynamics of Battle Royale. For you to survive, for you to take that booyah. So let's see if that would change in the next days of battle. But for PE Sports right now, they are in the middle. A lot of eyes will be on them in a bit, especially we're counting down to 3 seconds for the 4th phase of the circle. And Misaki Sriwijaya being taken out. And we are down to 7 teams.
I think we're reaching the point of no return very soon. If VP are not eliminated soon, I think that's it. I think they've guaranteed that first place in this group. So somebody's got to step up to that plate. Somebody's got to challenge them and chase them off of that high horse. Now, Evos, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it either because they're also really scared to make a play happen. AG, though, are going to be the ones to challenge Evos. Now, here's the thing, Neptune. If AG get rid of Evos, these are elimination points that are going to go to a team that doesn't need them, right? This is the team that doesn't need them because they know they cannot take first place. But Evos is being picked left, right, and center. Coach Heal is down. Rastia's on the ground. Aim God is on the floor as well. It's down to Ray, but they're gone. AG. 4 more eliminations to their name. 4 more eliminations that could have gone to Bigatron, to a team that could challenge VP.
Oh, tough luck for Evo's Divine, and if it wasn't for placement, they will not be getting any points in that game. And well, let's see, VP is now trying to make sure that they have more to work with in terms of points, in terms of elimination, and their target is not just WAG but also BTR, who is very, very close against them. But for AG Global, they have high ground, a good chance that they might get that booyah. This might be the rare occurrences that AG will be popping off, but I don't think VP can be taken down from that #1 spot if that happens.
So who's the next team that could potentially make it through? So after EVOS, it is technically Bigatron. Bigatron need to get all the teams now. They need to kill everybody and grab these points and not give VP any more, plus grab that booyah. So AG gonna be fighting up against Bigatron on that high ground. Getting rid of AG would be big as well for Bigatron because AG are on fire. So far, none of the players have been caught out. This is a really awkward hill fight. But Bigatron, can they find that opening? They've got to break through somehow, but being on the low ground, it's so tough for them to break through, Neptune.
Yeah, I think what they're doing right now is to make sure that AG loses all those resources, but Azriel has been taken down. Chinoy managed to take down Koja, and here comes a VP Esports right now on one side and Virtus Pro on the other, and Nero with a god nade to eliminate AG Global. Now PE Esports will be challenged. Don't Cry might not be picked up. Onyx Olympus on one side, but the shift of the circle more favorable to Virtus Pro, who will be gatekeeping them, and they are just putting a lot of pressure on PE Sports right now.
Oh man, PE Esports. I mean, it would be fantastic for the morale of PE Esports if they're able to get rid of VP in this last round, but oh boy. Exposy, he is doing some work. They're catching out Nero and Lauho as well. Diamond going to be there to finish off the job for the team too. Man, I just feel like VP today have been pretty unstoppable. Aside from the one round where things have they kind of fumbled, they are ending the day with 16 eliminations at the moment. They're going to end it with 17 once they get rid of Adam. But what a day for VP.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a day that they are looking forward to, where most of the contenders will be out of the game and they can dominate this day. And they did so. I think it was one of the interview from last week that they did mention that they are the ones to go back, to go next into the grand finals, and they just kept up with their promise. They take it right now. It is looking like they are the team of the day, especially with the 12 points that they need to ensure that no one takes it away from them. They also grab that booyah.
Oh man, VP gonna be thrilled with their performance today, and it's been consistent as well. Okay, it's not a case of VP, winning like 1 or 2 games and that solidified the lead. They have played, what was it, first 3 games they were basically top 3 for all 3 games. They had that one game where they kind of fumbled, but aside from that, just overall solid performance for VP.
Exactly. I mean, it's really solid for them. It didn't slow down, similar to what we've seen in Heroes Divine. They just made sure that they have enough elimination, they have enough distance, as well as a full rotation to be able to get in and out of trouble if that is the case. But Virtus Pro for that booyah, and 2 booyahs within the day, beating the record of BTR for this day, and they get a spot. I'm calling it right now. Even before we see the standings, they have that spot already.
Well, I think all of our predictions were wrong. I think, okay, so I know AJ is not casting today, but he kind of threw his own prediction in today. Hang on, let me check what it was.
VP's
he
there.
did have VP. So he had WAG, EVOS, and VP. I'm assuming it would have been like top down, so WAG, highest probability, then EVOS, then VP. So AJ, he kind of knew this was coming. Sure, VP was not like his top prediction. I think a lot of people would, I think he'd be okay with his prediction, but VP, you're looking good. But you gotta keep looking good when you go to that next stage, okay? Don't look good here and then just kind of plop down towards the bottom of that next bracket, because it's not over yet. We're only just getting started here.
Definitely.
But I have to say, today's games are really fun, Neptune. Really fun. Great storyline. I think we're also starting to see the evolution of that new map. Like how Solara is impacting these teams' mindset when they play that map, because it's also very, very different compared to what we currently have.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time it's more of similar approach. It's just a different scenario, different horizon, different location. But now, even the movements are different, especially with that sliding rail. And we have that sliding rail here at the bottom as well. As a tribute to Solara right now. We just noticed right here because we didn't expect Solara to be introduced in this spring season of FFWSEA.
Right?
So
it was like the map just dropped, and then it's like, oh, by the way, guys, you gotta play this map. this weekend.
I had
Good
to
luck.
ask. I had to ask to make sure.
What a release, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's good though. It's good. The storyline, it twisted. And, you know, we talk about this, me and AJ, that with this season, a lot of changes has been thrown in. And it doesn't stop just there. Like, we already started it. We thought everything is all there. And then we have Solara as a kitchen sink that will be thrown into this game.
Look, I think everyone likes a breath of fresh air. Like, you gotta keep things fresh sometimes. And I
Yeah.
really feel like doing stuff like this, not only does it challenge the players, but for the viewers as well, we're not watching the same Free Fire for the next 5 years, you know? You gotta change something. Oh, do you remember Free Fire in 2025? Oh, do you remember this year? Yeah, you gotta keep things fresh. So we try and do that for you guys. But hopefully you enjoyed the matches today. I have to say I really enjoyed myself, Neptune.
Yeah.
Favorite game?
I guess the favorite game would be, apart from Solara, that would be the last one. We're in VP. I guess I want to see consistency, and VP just made that consistent run. Even if they fell down from the top 3, they know that they need to ensure that they have that #1 spot, and they did so. The challenge against them by BTR was averted, and it's just the adjustment that they did at this point, or from the beginning up until the end, that really wowed me for Virtus Pro.
Yeah. And to anyone that might have joined the broadcast a little bit late and you did not get to watch all of the games, if there's a game we are going to direct you to, it's Kalahari. Go back, watch that Kalahari game. That ending was lit. And don't read the comments because they're going to spoil it for you. It was a really, really fantastic ending. My gosh.
Azriel, I mean, he really lives
Azriel,
up.
that man.
He lives up to his name. You go Google what his name means. I don't want to spoil it to everyone, but that's what he did at that final moment. I don't want to give more details because Natalie did mention already not to look at the comments, but that's something to look forward to. And I don't want to say which part as well, because it will give a little bit of hint. But let's hear from Virtus Pro and a hint of what they feel right now after getting that booyah. So let's bring it on to Misa.
Congratulations on the booyah and also going to grand final today. How are you feeling right now? รู้สึกไงบ้างเข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลเรียบร้อยแล้ว
รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าเป็นรายการแรกเลยครับ
อุ้ยเก่งมากเลยเนี่ยรายการแรกปุ๊บบูย่าเข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลเลย Okay, he feels so happy because it's his first tournament and he got the booyah to the grand final also. Okay, แล้วเราล่ะ
ก็รู้สึกเฉยๆครับแบบรู้อยู่แล้วว่าแบบมันต้องมีวันนี้ครับแต่ว่าภายในอาทิตย์นี้มันต้องมีวันนี้ไงผมรู้อยู่แล้ว
โอเคความมั่นยังไงก็ต้องเข้า
ใช่ถูกต้อง
He said like it's so guys because he knows that he's going to go to the grand final for sure. Hey, and do you know that AG eliminate EVOS and also BTR for you guys? รู้ไหมว่า AG เขาช่วยเราตบกับ EVO แล้วก็ BTR มาให้
ก็ไม่รู้ครับแต่ก็แบบขอบคุณครับแล้วก็เป็นกำลังใจให้ในการต่อไปเรื่อยๆครับ
He said he didn't know that AG was helping him but he feels so thankful and please keep on fighting in the next tournament. โอเคแล้วเราล่ะรู้ไหมว่า AG เขาแบบช่วยสปอร์ตเราหลังเราเต็มที่มากตบให้เต็มสูบ
ไม่รู้เลยครับก็ขอบคุณเอซีด้วยครับขอให้เข้ารอบในวันต่อไปครับ
Okay, he didn't know it either but he wished AG to get to the grand final and meet him in Vietnam also. Okay, so last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who are watching right now? มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ดูอยู่ไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ในรายการเวียดนามนะครับให้ดีกว่าเดิมครับ
He said please keep on cheering him in Vietnam and he'll do better. Okay. แล้วของเรา
ผมก็แบบอยากให้ติดตามทุกรายการครับเพราะว่าแบบต่อไปนี้คือของจริงครับ
Okay. From now on, it's a real deal, guys. Please keep on watching them. Okay. Thank you for this interview session. Now let's get back to the casters. Bye.
Thank you very much, Misa and Virtus Pro. So I guess we are being played because they did mention it. they are going in, making it real right now because they are going to grand finals, and well, it looks like it that they can really fight it on against the other teams. But let's see though. We also have seen Todak finally is the new addition to the team Virtus Pro, and there's a few questions that we had in mind, especially from Clash Squad, but I think in Battle Royale they can really use him to their advantage.
Well, look, Neptune.
Yep.
VP look good. Okay, they're good. They look good. But okay, you've seen more of VP than I have, or at least like you've been able to cast more of their games. Do you feel like a VP state? Is this what they're going to be like in the grand final? Because I'm a bit worried that they're just having a really good day.
Well, the thing is, the factor is, we don't have RRQ, we don't have Borneo United, we don't have Team Falcons in play. So there's a good chance that it comes to a big factor why VP looks so good right now in terms of paper, in terms of battlefield, in terms of like the map itself. So it's still a question mark, a big question mark, if they can do so once those big three are back in play.
Yeah. Well, folks, I think that's going to be it. I mean, we're going to be saying goodbye to VP because we're not... I mean, that's a good thing, okay? Don't panic if you're a VP fan. You're going to see them in the grand final. But there's still going to be more Free Fire this weekend. We've got more tomorrow, the day after. So make sure you come back tomorrow and the day after to watch some more of the Free Fire games and to find out who's going to make it through, because I think... Are you surprised that there are still certain teams left in the competition, Neptune? Is there anyone that you would have thought would have already made it out, aside from EVOS? Because I think a lot of people thought EVOS was basically due to come out of the group.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine, we also have WAG that we're expecting. But we're going to head into the challenge right now, and let's see who got to win on Evos as well as WAG.
All right, thank you, casters. Survivors, as we all know, at the end
like
of every match day, we always have an
epic.
interesting LBS challenge or challenge of the day. And today's challenge is actually for AimGod. He has to go against one of the Vietnamese team, if I'm not mistaken, and they're going to challenge his elimination points. But as you can see, AimGod is still wearing his jersey, which means that he won the challenge today! Yay!
Hey, do you get money for this?
Karena hukumannya,
No, the loser will be
kamu harus
doing
pakai
some
kaos
based on the
yang
challenge.
ada foto sang pemenang. Nanti kita berarti bakal lihat nih,
do we know what the
kira-kira
condition
seperti
is?
apa kaos gambar wajahnya AimGod yang udah dicetak di sana. Tapi kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu deh. Ini elimination points. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't your first video when it comes to daily challenges and going up against another team with elimination points. Were you nervous, or did you just feel like, no biggies, I've got this, and I've done this. There's no worries at all. Kamu ngerasa worry nggak sih? Karena kan kalau nggak salah kamu juga pernah ya di challenge dengan hal yang serupa, elimination point. Apakah kamu deg-degan atau enggak, aku pasti bisa gitu?
Enggak sih.
Gak ada deg-degannya sama sekali? Okay, as you can see on his face, he's not nervous at all. Anything you'd like to say to your opponents? Ada yang mau disampaikan ke lawan kamu yang kalah elimination points hari ini? Gak ada? Nothing to say at all? Not even like, thank you for losing perhaps?
Thank you for losing.
Baiklah, kalau gitu kalau lagi ngomong-ngomong apa-apa, kita langsung aja lihat nih. Aku penasaran banget soalnya kira-kira konsekuensinya seperti apa, hukumannya seperti apa. Let's go see what's going on in Vietnam. Let's go see the losing team, okay? Let's go for it.
Oh, it's Yunsul. Okay. There we go.
Thank you, Caroline and Evo's AimGod. And it's Yonso. Right next to me is Alan, our main character today, and Clam from WAG. So this is our betting scenes, and currently, if someone loses, they have to wear a T-shirt from having a logo on them and also a crown. And here we are our betting
so
here.
Cute.
So
bad, but
That's
it's
a
okay.
cute shirt.
We will get back stronger next time. So before we end our little conversation, let's hop into our first questions
Sorry, it could have been
Alan,
worse.
okay? Okay, xin chào tất cả mọi người. Mình là Yusu và bên cạnh mình đây chính là
Could have been
Alan
way
và
worse.
Lam, và chúng mình đã phải rã kèo bằng cách là mặc áo có logo của đội tuyển EVOS và có vương miện ở trên đấy. Thì trước khi mà chúng ta ngừng kết thúc ở đây thì hãy cùng mình trò chuyện cùng với Alan và Lam một chút nhé. Xin chào mọi người, thì ngày hôm nay là một ngày thi đấu rất là căng thẳng và các đội đều nỗ lực giành lấy được tấm vé để vào chung kết sớm. Nhưng mà ngoài ra là chúng ta cũng đã được chứng kiến một cái cuộc đua rất là kịch tính giữa WEG Alan và EVOS MGOT, nhưng mà không may là kết quả không nghiêng về phía của chúng ta. Không biết là tại vì Yusu có quan sát được
Do
á,
we
thì
have
ngày
a
hôm
lot
nay
to
là
do
phong độ của
for
Alan
closing,
và
or
cả
is it
WEG
just
dường
kind
như
of
là
like
chưa có
a-
được như kỳ vọng.
Okay, we'll see
Không biết
this
là các
team.
bạn đang gặp phải khó khăn gì vậy ạ?
Theo mình nghĩ là đội tuyển của mình đang có khá là nhiều vấn đề về mặt kỹ năng lẫn là chiến thuật, nên là cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo dõi và ủng hộ cho tụi mình, và tụi mình
Did
cũng
they
xin
show a
lỗi vì
graphic for
đã
the teams playing tomorrow?
không làm
No.
tốt như kỳ vọng, và xin lỗi bác gấu ạ.
Oh, they will.
Cảm ơn
Okay.
mọi người đã theo dõi và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hơn vào ngày hội nghị mai.
Thực sự nghe rất là thương luôn ấy. So basically in our team we are having problem both about teammates and tactics, and we still try our best to fix it. Thank you everyone for always supporting for us and always watching us playing the game even though we didn't make it good, and especially we would like to say sorry to Bác Gấu, our president in the team, you know, because I think that we let him down the most. Moving to our second questions. Đến với câu hỏi thứ hai thì mình sẽ dành cho Clam nhé. Ok, liên tục thua thiệt trước các kèo cùng với EVOS thì các bạn đánh giá như thế nào về đối thủ truyền kiếp này? Và Clam nghĩ rằng là dự đoán đi, WEG hay là EVOS sẽ vào chung kết sớm?
Đến thời điểm này, lúc ban đầu thì mình nghĩ là team mình mạnh nên mình mới tự tin mình gáy nhiều đến như vậy. Nhưng mà đến thời điểm này thì mình nghĩ EVOS sẽ vào chung kết sớm hơn WEG, và WEG thì hiện tại đang gọi là rất là nhiều vấn đề cần phải giải quyết và hơi bị kiểu tự tin quá, nên mình nghĩ EVOS mạnh hơn.
Nhưng mà Clam có nghĩ rằng là tuần này thì WEG có thể khắc phục kịp để gọi là có một chút nào đó, có một cái hy vọng nào vào chung kết sớm không?
Thì mình nghĩ cái đó thì ở tất cả anh em trong team thôi. Về việc mà phải khắc phục thì mình biết chắc chắn anh em phải cố gắng khắc phục rồi, còn kết quả như thế nào thì mình phải về xem đã.
For Clam, he said that because at first
Wait,
we
I
think
can't
that
hear you,
we are
sorry.
pretty
Like,
strong
you're
or
super
even
soft.
stronger,
Speak louder.
so that's why we are yapping so
okay.
much. We are having our ego outside to show that how strong we are, but you know, at the end, because like Alan said, we are having some problems about tactics, teammates, lots and lots of problems, so that's why we cannot show our potential like promises. So I asked Clam that, who do you
I
think
feel
will go
like
to
you need
the
to take over and say
finals
that.
earlier, and he picked EVOS. Actually, I was pretty surprised about this. I also asked him another question. It's like, what if WEG can fix the problem in this week? He still think that is a must. It's a must to fix the team, but I think EVOS will go into the finals early. Into our third questions will be the final one as well. Thì Alan ơi, ở ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay chúng ta là có đến 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam, thật sự rất là cạnh tranh, rất là căng thẳng đúng không ạ? Thì theo bạn, đây nó có phải là một cái lợi thế giúp Việt Nam mình giành được vé vào chung kết sớm hơn hay không? Hay nó sẽ là một cái trở ngại để mà cản trở mọi người tiến sâu hơn vào? Để giống như là tại vì mọi người cứ va nhau liên tục với Alan, thì tại vì chúng ta đã quá hiểu nhau rồi mà, cho nên là mình cứ gặp nhau là mình sẽ biết được cái lối bắn đó là của Việt Nam hay không. Thì Alan có nghĩ đây là cái việc giúp khiến cho WEG và Alan không có ghi được nhiều điểm như mong đợi không?
Đối với mình, đối với cá nhân mình và toàn thể WEG, theo mình nghĩ rằng thì vào trận thì Việt Nam đều nói chung là ai cũng là kẻ thù của nhau cả, nên là mình không quan trọng tới vấn đề này.
Vậy là mình cứ như cũ thôi, cứ vào game là cứ tập trung chơi hết mình.
Dạ đúng rồi.
Mình cũng mong là Alan sẽ giữ được cái phong độ như thế này, cứ vào game và tập trung vào chính bản thân của đội tuyển mình thôi, thì chắc chắn là mọi chuyện nó sẽ ổn hơn rất là nhiều. Cố lên Alan. So for our third questions, it's like I think I asked him like because there's 5 Vietnamese teams a lot, right people? So many Vietnamese team in the game and we are just having problem fighting with each other because we are too crowded. So does Alan think that this is the problem that making WAG and Alan himself cannot get the points like them hoping from the beginning? And he said like, actually this is not a problem that we are care, because in the game I don't know anyone else besides my team and myself, so we're just gonna concentrate into WAG and fight our best in the game. Cảm ơn Alan và Clam rất là nhiều. Mặc dù là chúng ta lần này lại một lần nữa là thua kèo trước EVOS rồi, nhưng mà chắc chắn rằng là chúng ta sẽ comeback mạnh mẽ hơn, đúng không ạ? Mọi người cùng nhau cố lên nhé. Fighting! Thank you so much for watching our interview, and also thank you to Caroline and Evo's Aim God. We will come back stronger, and definitely we will win you guys next time. Thank you. Let's head back to the casters.
Okay, there's one ultimate revenge WAG could do that. Firstly, I love their shirt. The shirt was cute. Aside the text, the shirt was really cute. The ultimate revenge. Are you ready to hear this grand scheme of mine? Okay. WAG make it, EVOS don't. That would be the ultimate revenge. Okay, sure, you beat us in the challenge, but if you don't make it to the grand final because of us, I think that's the best way to have revenge.
Yeah, definitely. That is a bigger payback, I would say.
Bigger prize.
A bigger prize. And I was just saying earlier during the interview, having a shirt, because you do love it, I love it, I don't think it's a complete loss. It's just that, well, it does represent a different team though. But again, it's cute. It's something that you can wear even for the fans of EVOs. But I'm pretty sure there's something in store for WAG to make sure that they can bring it back to them, unless they're already out in it, because GOW is doing their best as well. Heavy is trying to do their best as well in this day, and a lot more of teams showing up. But for this time, let's focus more on Virtus Pro Diamond, our MVP, and 7 eliminations, 7 knockdowns, 2,531 on damage. Not so much though, but he's the one who is bringing back that A124. Even have that Alvaro, and as well as a Moko and a Kairo's favorite weapon right now is that 8WM, a sniper on the bomber. This is quite interesting though in terms of what Diamond is bringing into the battle.
I kind of want to see the whole team stat here for VP, because I have a theory, but I kind of need to see the numbers to see whether my theory is technically correct or if I might be thinking of something else. So the team stats, they are, oh, here we go. Took a while for it to come on for me, but it's not showing the numbers. So I have a theory where if we see the numbers for the entire team for VP, I kind of wonder, okay, right, we saw Diamond 2,500 damage. I think for most players, it's not huge, but it's not a small number either. But if VP are, all players are consistently running about 2,500 damage, then I think it just goes to show that VP, unlike a lot of the other MVPs that we had in our previous round, our Booyah teams, the distribution of talent and power amongst this team, it's spread. Okay, so we do have the numbers. So I think compared to a lot of the other teams, I really feel like VP's numbers, the entire team's numbers are elevated for all players. Whereas we saw a couple of other teams where they had most of the damage on their damage dealer, and then your support was sort of sitting on about 1,000 damage, and then your supporting fire somewhere between 1,005 to 2,000. VP's numbers, I think it's just this alone. If you showed this to me and you showed me another team's MVP numbers, I would immediately tell you this is the team that's just going to take the whole bracket. Because overall, VP just a solid team.
Definitely. I mean, even the assists, you can see as well from the two players, it exceeds 10. One for 10, one for 11. And that's the reason as well why they work really in cohesion to their gameplay. So even a key player, I mean, Nameless, Exposé, all assists. This is what I'm talking about. A Nameless with 10 assists and the knockdowns coming from Exposé as a rusher who often use a sniper as well. So VP is more of a dynamic team who can go for long range and go for short range, but we'll have to see more of them on the grand finals. But right now, they are really rocking it, especially in this game. 17 elimination. That gives it a total of 29 with the end of that game. And AG Global popped up a little too late, though. Didn't get that booyah, but still managed to get so much in points.
look, AG, they've got another chance tomorrow. So, I mean, if AG are starting to wake up now, maybe they felt a bit cold going into today's games. But, I mean, you've played your games today. If you can wake up tomorrow, I think I could definitely see AG making it through to the grand final as well, stealing it away from EVOS. But the thing is, you still have to deal with Bigatron. You still have to deal with EVOS, Heavy's still around, GAW, like these other teams are also vying for that position. And you also have the X Factor team, right? The team's coming in every day to fill in the spot that the grand final team kind of leaves when they leave that bracket. So, I mean, AG, anything is possible, but they really need to step up their performance. If what they've done today is their best, I don't see this team being able to make it to grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out though, because our list of Thailand teams that are really getting into the grand finals are thinning out. So AG is in there from today. And then come tomorrow, we have Core Memory also coming in from Thailand. So it's either one of those or probably none of those. But 3 have already taken it. And VP, the team of the day, is one who will grab it for today. And it seems like it's not the first time that they did take that team of the day game or day number 6. So that will be week 2. Day number 3, they also grab it for themselves. So there's really a chance for VP to get in and do some damage when it comes to the grand finals, joining the top 3 that they have from last week.
Yeah, but to be fair, the competition in the grand finals is really steep, especially once you see who's already there, right? Like, you think VP is going to be an issue? VP at the moment is like a tiny itch. Like, in the middle of your back, it's a tiny itch. But then you see who's already there. You see it's Boyram is there. You see RRQ is there. That's like being run over by a truck. Okay, that's a different level of pain. But if VP, he can turn it, because I think this team, I think in the past, before they were VP, you guys know who they were. They had consistency issues. They're a team that can either play so well that they beat the top dogs at their own game, or they make silly little mistakes and they kind of just collapse on themselves, right? VP, they gotta polish up. Polish up whatever issues you currently have. You've got to try and fix it, and hopefully you have enough time before the grand final to really just sync up as a team. Because Free Fire is a team game. It's not a matter of just fixing one person, okay? It's not a one-person problem. This is a 4-man problem, maybe 5-man if you want to include your coach, and let's make it 6 if you've got a standing, okay? It's a 6-person homework assignment. Fix your problems. You're running out of time.
Running out of time and running out of spot as well, because 4 has already been taken right now, and looking at it, 3 coming from Thailand. Well, it could have been another Indonesian team. It was sort of close, but like VP really wants to take that easy way out. But there's still a good chance that they can do it tomorrow and next day. But again, another team from Thailand introduced. But as pointed out in the chat, 4 Indonesian, 5 Vietnam will still be playing for tomorrow. And that is a tough battle because from both regions, they want that spot as well.
Oh, look, everyone playing tomorrow wants that spot. It's not just the regions. Everybody wants that spot. But again, you know, I said it before, time is running out. You can't really afford to be one of the last teams to make it through. You want to get in as soon as possible so you can start prepping, you can start scrims, you can start training, whatever you need to do. You want to start it as soon as possible before you hit that grand final, because it's not fun being the last person to walk into an exam room.
Right, so we're going to say goodbye and good night for today. We have a few more battles tomorrow and the next day, so see you.